Stop right there.
This claim is ours.
I'll make this easy for you. Leave now, or we'll kill you. I'm happy either way.
The time has come for something new. Something to change the game. When seeking fortunes at the fringes of civilization, you need someone you can trust. In this age of uncertainty, it's time to take back your strength. It's time to release the Kraken. Drake Interplanetary. We got your back.
All right. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you all. Hopefully I'm coming in okay. Do you have me 5x5? Hopefully, my mic is working. Anyways, nice to see everybody. VG says 5x5, Rabbit 5x5, 07 to everyone. Nice to see you all. It is the Saturday night edition of the STARJUMP show. Yeah, not Shipyard, STARJUMP. You know, occasionally we do these shows, or I do these shows that are focused on a specific aspect of Star Citizen, maybe not specifically linked to ships. You know, obviously Shipyard covering a lot of ship-based stuff, even the gameplay associated with ships. But occasionally I want to talk about stuff that's game-related to Star Citizen, or game feature or game loop related, and that's sort of what tonight is. I can't promise you all that we're not going to talk about spaceships, because it is me. But we're going to really focus on crafting tonight in Star Citizen. Okay, so that's sort of what we're going to be talking about. Obviously, I do have a couple top of show announcements I would like to get out of the way, so bear with me. The first, though, is that I do have, for a while now, some of you may know this, some of you may not know this, but for a while, that's VG, that's actually a good title. I may have to steal that at some point. VMXEO jumping into chat. VM, if you want to jump into voice, I'm talking crafting tonight. You're welcome to jump in if you want. But either way, a couple of things. Usually on the YouTube and the Twitch, my schedule is there. You can go there and at least see the next show or the next two shows, usually on my schedule. Okay, if you go to the live section of my YouTube channel, you will see which upcoming live shows are happening. And then on Twitch, you will see on my schedule, you know, what's coming. Now on the Discord, on the STARJUMP Discord, there is an events calendar at the very, very top. You can click that and see the next several shows. Okay, so if you've been one of those people that just didn't know when I was streaming or when I was doing content, you can go there and you can see what the next upcoming content is. So if you go there now, again, the events calendar on the STARJUMP Discord, you'll notice that this show is on there already starting, and then there is a show scheduled for tomorrow. Might get pushed to Monday. And then obviously the big show on Thursday. Okay, the big show on Thursday where we're going to raffle off the Perseus, and we're probably going to do a Hull B giveaway. Okay, so very exciting. I'm trying to get the schedule more out there. I mean, it's always been out there for those that knew where to look, but now it's just represented on the Discord a lot better. Okay, so that being said, wanted to get that bit of info out. We do have a couple things tonight, giveaway related. Obviously, we have the St. Jude stuff, and I am going to go into that. I'm going to talk about that. But on the giveaway side, we do need to talk about that. And unfortunately, I need to kind of set it up a little bit because I'm a little behind the ball. But tonight, I will be doing a giveaway, actually two, for the Azrael helmet pack, the dual pack. And how we're going to do it tonight, if you want to get in on this, is I'm going to be doing it kind of the way I typically do it, right? Where I do a random comment on YouTube. So for those of you on YouTube, you can go to the link pinned to the top of chat. Go there and leave a comment on that video. That's my new player guide video. Leave a comment there. I'm going to pull one random comment from there. And on Twitch, very, very easy. I am going to, boom, start a stream element so you can get in on that. Exclamation ticket or exclamation ticket space max, and get in on that. I will hopefully someone try it so I can see if the tickets are coming. Yep, tickets are coming in. Great. Here's the cool thing. Tonight, though, I'm going to give both winners one of these helmet packs. Okay, so I'm not going to do the random wheel of names tonight. Both winners will get the helmet pack, okay? Yeah, shout out to Mitch for doing $40 towards the RSI Perseus. Appreciate you, Mitch. It looks like my bar updated too. We're up to $3,950. Will we get to the $5,000 mark? Who knows? Anything can, oh my goodness. Rage One just blasted through with a $200 donation towards the Merchantman and Mercury Avenger. So awesome. Really appreciate that. I guess I need to go over the daggum St. Jude stuff. Let's go ahead and head over to that real quick. Obviously, everybody, we have St. Jude going on right now. You can go to the QR code on the far right of your screen, or you can, of course, go to the Tiltify link I am throwing down in chat right now. If you go there, you can donate towards any one of these raffles for a $40 donation on April. That'll get you a ticket into the Perseus raffle that I will be doing the drawing for next Thursday on April 9th, okay? Next Thursday, Perseus, $40 buy-in for that ticket. Now on April 15th for $20, and all these are active now. You can donate to them now. On April 15th for a $20 St. Jude donation via our Tiltify link, you can get a ticket for a Star Runner and Avenger starter pack. That's a combo pack, so you'll get both of them. Okay. On April 22nd, if you donate $30 towards the Tiltify and apply it to the Banu Merchantman raffle, on April 22nd, I'll do the drawing for the Merchantman. Okay. That is a Banu Merchantman, the big bad boy. For a $35 donation to St. Jude StarJump Tiltify link, you can get in on the Hammerhead raffle. That'll be drawn on April 29th. Okay. And then also on the 29th, for a $60 St. Jude donation to the StarJump Tiltify link. Again, I'm throwing that down in chat, or you can scan that QR code. We're going to be doing a drawing for an RSI Polaris. I know, an RSI Polaris. How cool is that? I want to shout out our buddy GearCon. GearCon, are you in chat? I don't know if GearCon's in chat. GearCon, are you in chat? I don't know if GearCon's in chat, but GearCon very generously donated all of these ships for the raffles. How cool is that? If you're in chat right now, everybody, give GearCon an 07. Go ahead and give him the salute, because it's really amazing that he did that. I surely appreciate it. I know you all do as well. What a dude, as Bunkerfist says. I agree. And now for the fine print, because there's always fine print involved, right? The raffles, again, all generously provided by GearCon. Winners will be contacted within 5 days of drawing via email. Okay. Ho, Sniper Monkey coming in with a $60 donation towards the Miss Star Lancer TAC. By the way, there is a TAC being done as well. There's a giveaway for that over on Ender's channel, but you can also do it through this Tiltify link. No issues there. So thank you very much for that donation, Sniper, Rage One, and Mitch. Appreciate you. But all winners will be contacted within 5 days of us drawing via email. So after the drawing, within 5 days, we're going to contact you via email. Okay. Winners will then have 7 days from the time the notification email is sent to you to claim your prize. Okay. If you do not claim your prize when that specified amount of time, we will do a new drawing with a new winner. Okay. That's how we're going to do it. Okay. That's how we're going to do it. Quinn says, so will we actually talk about LC credit? Yes. Yes, Quinn. Damn it, Quinn. I knew someone was going to call me out about that. I knew someone was going to call me out about that. I've tried to do the crafting discussion for like 2 weeks now. Every time we don't get to crafting, we're getting to crafting tonight, Quinn. I promise you, we're getting to crafting. Damn it. It's happening. But yes, anyways, everybody, again, St. Jude going on, some really incredible raffles right now, courtesy of our good buddy GearCon. Don't forget that fine print. Again, there's your donation amounts. When you go to the Tiltify link, again, the QR code, you can scan it, or you can go to the link I just threw down in chat. When you go to that link and do your donation, you can click on one of those rewards. That will get you entered in for that particular raffle, okay? And there's your dates there that I will do the stream and do the drawing live on stream. Okay, we're going to do it live on stream. Obviously, we aren't going to dox anybody, but we'll do it live on stream. We'll announce who that winner is and all that good stuff. Okay, so very, very exciting. For the people that have followed, Ambassador, thank you for the follow. Joy Pop, resubscribing for 3 months at tier 2. Do appreciate that. Rage 1, resubscribe for 15 months at tier 1. My goodness. Has been subscribed for 15 months. That's incredible. Thank you, Rage. I appreciate that, bud. Okay, there we go. Now, talked about the Azrael helmet pack. I really love these. If you haven't checked them out in game, they do look really, really cool. That's why I like doing giveaways for these. So again, giving away 2 of these. Get into that while you can. Already explained how to get in on that. If you're over on YouTube, go to the link pinned to the top of chat. That is my referral video or my new player guide video. Leave a comment there. I'll pull a random comment from there, and then we'll do one on stream elements, which you can do exclamation ticket or exclamation ticket space max. Blurry Pixel coming in with a $30 Starlancer tack donation. Thank you very much, Blurry. Appreciate you very much. Hope you're doing well. Okay, next, we obviously got the Ironclad giveaway going on. This is not tied to St. Jude. This is just me giving it away because I love you all in chat and you're all amazing. If you want to get in on that giveaway, it's very, very easy. There's a QR code right down there if you can even scan it with the St. Jude one, or you can go to the Gleam link I'm pinning or throwing down in chat right now. Go to that Gleam link. You can get in on the Ironclad giveaway. Totally free to enter that. We know the Ironclad is going to be awesome. If you're interested in that ship, get in on it. Give them one away. Could be giving more of them away. You don't know. Who knows? Things may happen. I don't know. Discussions are happening. Crazy things are happening. Could Grim be giving away multiple Ironclads? It's possible. It is possible. Okay. All right. We kind of go through all of that. I'm going to skip sponsor stuff at the beginning of the show. We'll do that towards the middle and end of the show today because I had to go through St. Jude stuff. So there we go. Quinn says I'm going to have to call my Ironclad the Dyron. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be the Dyron Clad, as you see up here, the big red D. Dyron Clad. That is your Ironclad Plus, okay? That's your advanced Ironclad. Okay, everybody. We're moving over to crafting, okay? This is something I have wanted to talk about for a little bit. Crafting is something that we've all sort of been waiting to come to Star Citizen for quite some time. It's been talked about in various forms over the years. I think the first we sort of heard about it, I guess we'd say in more modern times, was related to the crafting of bases, so base building and crafting, going all the way back to like 2017, 2016, when discussions around the Pioneer and stuff were starting to bubble up. There was a big discussion. Oh, sorry, one more thing. The bot is not running tonight, so I will try to grab questions manually if I can. If you have a question, please put it in brackets question, and I'll try to grab it. If I miss it, I'm sorry, the bot's not working. Piggles has informed me that the bot will be permanently working starting tomorrow. So good, thanks. But going all the way back to those initial discussions around the Pioneer, around base building, we've been thinking about crafting or building or fabricating in some way. Okay. As the game has matured, as CIG has started to figure out where the plans, we now really kind of went from just a base building sort of discussion to now we sort of are looking at 3 kind of pillars of crafting, right? The way I look at it. One of those is crafting as we know it. Okay, that's going to be crafting your FPS items. That's going to be crafting armor, crafting components, all that kind of stuff. And that's sort of what we got now. Okay, and we're going to talk all about that. Crafting tier 0, tier 1, whatever you want to call it. Another level of crafting is good, and with crafting, there are other gameplay loops that tie into it. Okay, there's refining, there's research that is going to be a thing, all that stuff. But specifically, just talking about the crafting loop. Okay, so we have crafting. Okay, the next one, and that's going to utilize crafting machines. Okay, the next one is fabrication. Okay, now I use that word specifically because CIG has used it specifically. Fabrication seems to be specifically around the crafting of vehicles and ships and perhaps, let's say vehicles and ships for the time being. Okay. Oh, $20 donation from Joy Pop. Appreciate that, Joy Pop. Thank you very much, everybody. We are on our march to $5,000 milestone tonight, which, remember, this is our second St. Jude stream, so that would be absolutely epic if we get to that point. So either way, fabrication, okay, that's the next thing. We've heard a little bit about that. We've seen stuff from CIG during sitcom presentations. We've seen some still imagery around it. We even saw a video, a sort of a mock-up video around it at last CitizenCon. So fabrication is sort of what I consider large-scale crafting centered on vehicles and spaceships. Okay. Now the third pillar of crafting is in fact base building. Okay, which seems to sort of be its own thing. That is going to be done via drones. There are going to be base building ships that facilitate those drones, sort of motherships for those drones. And so when you step back, those are kind of the three buckets that crafting fall into. Okay. Now, again, a lot of other stuff that falls into that, but that's how I look at it from like a 50,000 foot view. Okay. Hey, Stellar Scale Models. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you, 07. So, tonight, we're going to talk about all three to some degree, but we're going to specifically spend a lot of time on crafting that is in game now. And we're going to start off with the crafting gameplay guide that CIG released. We're going to probably even watch a video or two. One of the things I was thinking about watching was the Star Citizen Live Q&A on crafting. It's about a year old, but sometimes I do like to go back to those old videos, watch them, and get a sense of, especially videos that are maybe like a year old or so, and getting a sense if things have changed much from a year ago. And it kind of gives you an idea of how dynamic the gameplay loop or development loop for that particular feature is in game. Like how undecided things were back then, how maybe concrete and decided they're becoming. So again, we may go back and review that. Okay. So again, remember, if you do have a question, feel free to ask it. I'll try to grab it. Just put question in brackets. I think VM's in chat. VMXEO, I know you're in chat, buddy. If you want to jump in voice, you're more than welcome. Art is not with me tonight. I'm flying solo. He may join later. I'll hit a couple questions here. We had a question, and I didn't grab the name. I'm sorry. But one question was, any plans for Fleet Viewer on mobile? Well, let's pause real quick and let's swing over to StarJump Fleet Viewer. Many of you will know, and I hope you will pass this information on, that we did sort of release Fleet Viewer 2.0, okay, to the live link now. So when you go to hangar.link or starjumpfleetviewer.com, you're going to be greeted with this page. Lol and Dark One, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. You're going to come to this page now. Now, before, you would have a bar up top here that would ask you to use Hangar Link Connect to connect to your account and pull all your ships. Now, it's a little different. Okay, it's a little different. Now you're going to click on Hangar Link, and you are going to, Cody just subscribed for 3 months in a row, sending the Javelin overhead. Now we have this arrow, and I know some of the St. Jude graphics are blocking it right now, but now we have this arrow. You go over to the side menu, it'll pop out, and very up top, actually, let me turn off the donor list real quick. Right up here, you will see a new box that allows you to log into RSI, your RSI account, and check your account and pull all of them in. Okay, so it happens up here right now. I had a few questions about that, but going back to the main question of will StarJump Fleet Viewer come to mobile? we're thinking about it. When we first started developing STARJUMP Fleet Viewer, there were elements of it that transition into mobile and sort of support mobile out of the box. And then there's other things we've done since and features we've added that aren't really well supported in mobile, especially for a touch interface. And that's problematic. So right now, I'll just be totally transparent and honest with you. STARJUMP Fleet Viewer on mobile is more of an ideation discussion going on behind the scenes. Okay, so it's not real yet. It's something we've kind of looked at a little bit, maybe played with a little bit. We've definitely had discussions about it, but there are some complications there. Okay, ethnification, nice to see you. Salute. Get to a couple more questions here. This one here kind of going into engineering and repair. And again, we're going to stop and do questions throughout the show, everyone. This is going to be kind of an all over the place show. Says here, a question from Citizen Deck says, do you think there's still a place for the Vulcan and Crucible considering the current state of engineering and repair? Yes, absolutely, because I do think repair is going to be a much bigger deal later on. CIG is sort of trying to get around us constantly flying back to stations and all that kind of stuff. They want us to be taking care of our ships. So right now, things like soft death, the new repair, rearm, refuel, hangar mechanics they're bringing in for ships that they're working on now that should come with 4.8. I believe that's on the roadmap. All those things are sort of going to us not always having to go back to the stations. I think at some point, and refueling is one of those. We know that they're bringing in the ability probably in 4.8 for us to request refueling from anywhere out in the verse, and an NPC is going to come up and refuel us. So we know that they want us to not have to fly back to landing zones and stations all the time. Okay. The next one, or I wouldn't say the next one, but I think it's a pretty safe bet that engineering is in the cards. Okay. They've already solved a lot of issues for why we would need to go back to a station or a landing zone. Obviously, repair is going to be a big one on that list. They just haven't got to it yet. Remember, repair is a gameplay feature. And while salvage is sort of the reverse of engineering, and repair, and repair is sort of the reverse of salvage. CIG has even said that. We still are going to need a lot of other teams supporting that, from VFX to UI, to all kinds of stuff. Now, for those of you that are wondering, well, why wouldn't they prioritize repair at this stage? I'll be honest with you, the only thing I can really surmise from that is that they don't want to go too far into repair until Maelstrom is in the game. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but that seems to be like the most likely thing. That until Maelstrom is here, anything they do for repair would have to be redone anyway, probably to account for Maelstrom and the fragmentation and breakup of ships. Okay. All right, one more question. We're going to jump into the crafting guide here. Killer Tank says, question, is there any good apps or websites to track what blueprints have been unlocked? You know, I don't know that, but I'm glad you brought that up. I'm giving you a gold star. There is a website we're going to look at tonight that does have a lot of blueprint information in there, and it's going to be, and I think it's pretty cool, and I think we're going to sort of explore it together. I took a brief look at it, and it was really cool, and so yeah, we're gonna go back to that here in just a minute. Oh, real quick, everyone, real quick. I hate to do this. We're gonna do a little. I'm gonna do a little self promotion here. Does anyone mind if I do a little self promotion? You all seem to put up with me pretty well. Dermakaber, thank you for your 3-stream streak. I appreciate that. All right, little self-promotion. I just want to point out that I am 41 citizens recruited. I am 1 referral away from the Aegis Gladius Dunlevy, which we just added to Fleet Viewer, by the way. We just added the Fleet Viewer, the Dunlevy to Fleet Viewer. So if you know anyone that needs a referral code, boom, I just dropped mine into chat. There you go, everybody. How awesome is that? I'm 1 away. And remember what I said. When we get to 50, we're going to put the Raptor, we're going to put the MISC Raptor in the Fleet Viewer. I give you my word. Okay, I give you my word. All right, everybody, let's go back to the crafting gameplay. I'm going to reveal that site here in just a minute for those that don't know it. But let's start off with where we're at, okay? Now, with Alpha 4.7, CIG finally, all stellar scale models just broke my heart. Sadly, the Dunleavy skin is broken and lacks the Squadron 42 logo currently. Oh, CIG. Oh, God. Are you serious, Stellar? Is it actually broken? Oh my God. Perfect. That's perfect. Perfect. Anyway, with 4.7, obviously crafting tier 0, tier 1, whatever they want to call it, is now in game. Rycon03, thank you for that $20 donation to the Starlancer attack. Appreciate that. Is that a new one? Yes, I think that's a new one. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you. With this initial crafting deployment via 4.7, the CIG put out this crafting guide, okay? I've done a brief look at this, but I have not deep dove it. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. I have not gone in deep on it, okay? So we're going to do that together. By the way, this does have some of the good stuff in it, if you know what I mean. And I was taking some sips earlier. It's got a little bit of that rum in there, okay? All right, here we go. Crafting your universe, okay? Says here, the history of Star Citizen development has always been a symbiotic one, with players and developers working together to build I can't read tonight, it's going to be good. Working together to build a universe of unprecedented size and scope. And in Alpha 4.7, we take our next major step forward in allowing you to shape and conform the universe as you see fit, okay? A system that will continue to evolve, intended to bolster individual agency and combine the efforts of all players throughout every aspect of Star Citizen's gameplay. You know, it's an interesting thing they say there because about 3 years ago, a long time ago, before anything about blueprints and crafting or any of that stuff was being talked about, I got a little bit of inside knowledge, and obviously I won't say where that knowledge came from, but essentially I was told that this game, Star Citizen, okay, Dermacaber just came in with a $30 donation towards the Mercury and Avenger starter pack. Thank you very much, Dermacaber, getting us past the $4,300 mark. Amazing. I appreciate you. But I was told way back then, okay, that this whole game would center around blueprints, okay? Blueprints would sort of be the end game in some ways, where, or fabrication or base building, okay? That sort of was the end game of Star Citizen in many ways. And that blueprints would sort of be the currency for which we unlock a lot of that, okay? And at the time, I was really excited about that. I didn't know if that was, something that was going to end up being true. Obviously, I heard that from someone who's well sourced, and as the game has developed over the next few years, it really seems to be taking, that information I was given and solidifying that, right? The game is becoming about ultimately blueprints. I'm already seeing people going into game and sort of building gameplay sessions around hunting down blueprints. You know what I mean? So that being said, let's continue on here. It says, whether you're the miner who collects raw materials or the salvager collecting unique components, the refinement specialist producing the highest grade commodities, or the long-haul trucker delivering everything to where it's needed most, the mercenary who hunts for the latest, rarest blueprints, it's happening a lot, or the combat specialist who serves both client and protector. The crafting journey that begins here with Alpha 4.7 is an essential element to realizing the living, breathing, interconnected universe we're building, and is one of the most exciting additions to the universe this year. As a matter of fact, I would say that it is the most exciting thing this year. To me, it goes above and beyond, things like, a new system, for example. right? Or even a new ship, right? It's a fundamental thing. Hold on a minute, everybody. Okay. So to me, again, it's an important thing that it's a bedrock gameplay loop, gameplay feature. Okay. So hopefully we will see that in almost every patch, there will be additions added to it. Things, more and more blueprints added every patch, more and more depth added again, just more nuance there, all that kind of stuff. I know that resources in terms of the input, the commodities that we're inputting into the crafting stuff is somewhat limited now. For example, I don't think it takes into account biologics and stuff like that. Obviously, that's going to open up. But again, this is just the start. This is the foundation, and we'll grow from here. What we hope is, since this is such a fundamental thing for the game, we hope that it will, continue to build. Okay. Dermaka Bear says, is there another giveaway today? Yes. No, it's not just charity this month. I'm doing lots of giveaways this month too. Lots of giveaways. We have an Ironclad giveaway that you can get in on. Okay. Free to get in on that. You can scan the QR code or go to the link I'm throwing down in chat right now. I do giveaways all the time. That won't stop. The giveaways are for you all for free. So get in on that if you want. And then I'm doing 2 giveaways of the dual Azrael helmet pack tonight. So if you want to get in on that, if you're on YouTube, just go to the link pinned to the top of chat and leave a comment on my new player guide video. And if you're on Twitch, all you got to do is !ticket or !ticket space max to get in on that. Okay. It says here below, we'll share with you the first steps of this adventure that's come online with Alpha 4.7, where item fabrication debuts, giving you the ability to craft your own FPS items, improve base stats, and then customize your Star Citizen experience like never before. Now you see they use that fabrication word there interchangeably with crafting. But again, back to what I said earlier, I really do sort of I really sort of do step back from that and look at them a little differently. I look at crafting as more using the crafting station. I look at fabrication as a bigger version of crafting where you're focusing on vehicles and ships, and then base building being yet another version of crafting done through drones with base building focused ships. Okay. All right. And then for some reason they got a picture of the mole here, which I guess makes sense. You are gathering items to craft, right? All right, let me grab something here real quick, everybody. Hold on one second. By the way, we got a great turnout tonight. Oops, let me grab this question. I will get to some questions here. Got a great turnout tonight. 138 over on YouTube, 113 on Twitch. I do appreciate you all. Nubs13, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's continue on here. Resources and quality. Okay, this adventure starts with using resources first gathered from vehicle and FPS mining. Okay, so that whole gathering, it's the gathering stuff. Okay, if you've ever played an MMO, you know the gathering stuff. Throughout the universe, these resources now have a quality value between 0 and 1,000. This value is instrumental in determining the traits of any crafted item that uses it, so making the effort to search for high-quality materials can be a valuable endeavor. While every resource in the verse now has this quality value, only some are used in blueprints for Alpha 4.7. Again, going back to that thing I said about biologics and stuff like that not being used yet. With the intention that every resource in the game makes its way into the crafting loop in later iterations. Okay. Citizen Ninja asked a question, do you think we'll be able to craft ship components by the end of this year? That's a great question. I would say this. I think that should be the goal. I do think that should be the goal. As a matter of fact, I would say within the crafting sphere, I've heard more people talk about wanting to craft components than even wanting to craft gear. Just in my conversations with people. I'm not saying that's the most popular thing, but in my conversations with people, that seems to be the thing that really is, wanted by people. Okay. And by the way, yes, I did do crafting in Evo a little bit, and I have done some in 4.7. I'm going to give my review of it here in just a bit, obviously. But one thing I thought that was kind of interesting is this quality value between 0 and 1,000. One reason I was glad to see this personally is had it been 1 to 10 or 1 to 50 or 0 to 10, 0 to 50, 0 to 100, the fact that they went 0 to 1,000 to me shows that they are going to have a lot of variation in there, not only across individual elements or family of elements like minables or stuff like that, but even across multiple families of objects, right? So, for example, again, going back to biologics, but also gases, gases that are siphoned later on when we get that via salvaging and other stuff, maybe even the dismantling of components or the dismantling of stuff. They call that dismantling? I think so. Again, and I hear what you all are saying right now, and I don't disagree with you. So Gin and Tonic says 1,000 is stupid right now. I kind of agree with that now. 1,000 seems stupid. Like it just seems so wide, right? But again, I'm looking at this more for like 1.0. And I think in 1.0, maybe they do want that range, right? Having that range allows them to plug in things in a lot of different places, right? I don't know. Just my thinking. Again, it's all relative. You could go 0 to 500 or 0 to 100 or whatever, but I think going 0 to 1,000 gives them a lot of leadway without having to revise all this, multiple times as we get to 1.0, right? Stellar Scale says, hopefully we'll be able to re-salvage high-quality mats from ships soon. Yeah, I think so. Obviously, that would be a big plug-in to the salvage gameplay loop. Right now, crafting really does lean heavily on mining. I think what you're talking about, though, would really up salvage's value in this. I mean, that's definitely coming. Whether it's going to come, in the, this year, 2026, it's a little unknown, but we'll see. By the way, thank you for those follows on YouTube. I am glad to see YouTube is fine. I'm starting to get past that plateau and YouTube's growing again. I do appreciate my YouTube community. You all are amazing. So Ryan Bain and Lull and Dark, thank you for following over on YouTube. Lull and Dark, I think you followed on Twitch too. So that is really great. I appreciate the dual follows. Seriously, it's very appreciated. So real quick here, I'm just going to open up. Oh, did they not let me blow this image up? Okay, I guess not. But here, let me just zoom in here. You can kind of see what's going on here on the fabrication kiosk under Fabricate. You have a tab here for blueprints and materials for those who have not tried this out yet. Under materials, obviously, it shows you all the different types of materials and stuff, from raw materials to refined materials. So again, there are some like biologics and stuff here. Again, there's going to be filter settings for that. And then you're going to be able to pull up a particular blueprint. And then there are different elements of that blueprint. In this case, it's a P4AR, and there's going to be elements for, required elements for the frame, required elements for the stock, required elements for the barrel, aluminum, I can't never say that word right, and iron, respectively. But again, the higher quality materials you're plugging into those slots, the higher quality weapon is going to come out. Okay, makes sense, pretty simple. And then again, you're going to get all those attributes. Again, item attributes is something that sort of also came part and parcel with the crafting gameplay loop, right? So it's part of it. Okay. All right, let's continue on downward. I did have one question here. Citizen Ninja says, oh no, I got your question, Citizen. Okay. Continuing on, blueprints to collect and craft. Okay. Blueprints are digital recipes for how to craft an item, and they inform you about the resources and quality requirements to create a given item. So sort of the instruction booklet to create something. You begin your mission to manufacture a small collection. It says here, to begin your mission to manufacture, a small collection of blueprints is made automatically available to you immediately. You can access your collection of blueprints through the screen on any item fabricator. So you just go to any item fabricator, probably whether it's yours or one that you own, or one that's maybe out in a POI or a location. Because remember, CIG did say they're going to have that. Okay, I'll get to that more in a minute. It says here, you can access your collection of blueprints through the screen on any item fabricator. While this allows everyone to experience crafting almost immediately, The real adventure lies in collecting the majority of blueprints through mission contracts throughout the verse. Again, we need reasons to go do things, right? We need reasons to go and engage in Star Citizen gameplay. And for a long time, the only real reason to do it was for UEC, right? Over the last 18 months, with all the events and stuff going on, there have been additional reasons to go out and do gameplay in the form of liveries, especially paints, but then items, weapons, and then with the most recent event, the Alliance 8 event, shout out to my boys over on Enemy Contact Org. Appreciate you as always. Your ships were added to Fleet Viewer. With the Alliance 8 event, you could actually earn a crafting machine through doing that gameplay, but you could earn items. Well, now CIG is adding another thing for us to go out and do gameplay for, blueprints. But there is something special with this particular item that goes above liveries, that go above items, okay? Blueprints also encourage the other gameplay loops, okay? And that is what's so special and so important about crafting, fabrication, base building, is that those gameplay loops, or that gameplay loop, encourages us to do many things. Trade with others, go mining, go salvaging, doing missions, okay? So the crafting gameplay loop is very, very special in my opinion, in that it's really the first gameplay loop that actively pushes you to go out and play the game. And I do think that's going to be important. And for those of you that don't want to participate in certain sections, well, that's going to encourage you to go out and find people that you can trade for or buy elements that you need to craft from them. Now, I realize it's not perfect. We still desperately need some sort of MMO auction house style marketplace. Okay. We definitely need that. I really wish CIG would talk more about that in the future. Okay. But anyways, real quick here, Norseman 9752 says, will blueprints persist over patches? That's a great question. Chat, do we know, have they said anything about the blueprints we're earning now? Do those get attributed to accounts? I don't think they do, because they're going to find a lot of bugs and exploits to get blueprints, I'm sure, over the next few, over the next few months. And I don't think they're going to want those to be just automatically awarded or attributed to accounts. Right? I don't think they're going to want that. Jen and Tonic says, forcing people to run missions to collect random account-bound blueprints forces people into gameplay loops they may not want to participate in. True, but there's sort of two things there. One, all the blueprints, in my opinion, shouldn't be account-bound. I think we should be able to turn them from account-bound into, sellable. It's always bothered me in MMOs, so I do kind of agree with you on that, Gin and Tonic. I don't love the whole sort of, I always call it, what it's been called in WoW for a long time, soulbound, right? I don't love that. So personally, I don't mind if some blueprints are sort of account bound, but I want the majority of blueprints to be able to be sold and traded and all that stuff. Right? I hope that's the case. What was that other part of the question here? Quasi83 says they also say permanent account bound, so Survive 1.0. Sergeant Perry says they have said two things on blueprints. One ISC said hangar permanent, and QA said account bound, like in game bought ships. Here's what I would say about that. Here's my opinion. Some of you may not agree with this, okay? Well, actually, before I get to that, to further answer your question, Gin and Tonic, I also think, again, we need that marketplace. We need that auction house style marketplace, and then it will take that away. If someone doesn't want to do that particular gameplay loop or doesn't have someone to contact to buy things from, they can go to the auction house, set in a bid for it, and try to buy it. But going to that, this next question here, I personally hope that they are not. I personally hope that they are not permanent and carry over to 1.0, and I'll explain why. Rooster, there's the charity link, Rooster. I just put it there. Tiltify. You can also scan the QR code to the far right. Thank you for your donation, if that is indeed what you're doing. Again, I can switch back over to that so everyone sees. We have a number of raffles going right now. Our first raffle will be drawn next week on stream, April 9th. That's Thursday. And that'll be for an RSI Perseus, courtesy of our good buddy GearCon. I don't know if he's in chat. But first raffle will be for the Perseus. All the raffles are currently running, so you can donate towards any of them. Okay, you can donate towards any of these. But Perseus on April 9th, MSR and Avenger on April 15th, Banu Merchantman on April 22nd, and then on April 29th, we're doing 2 raffle drawings, one for the Hammerhead and one for the big bad boy himself, the RSI Polaris. Okay, get in on that while you can. But again, I hope personally that they aren't, or I hope the vast majority of blueprints earned through gameplay right now are not awarded as a permanent thing and carry over to 1.0, because I still really think we're playing like an alpha game. And if they allow us to just, because who knows how long this is going to be an alpha. We could still be an alpha for another 5 years, 7 years, 8 years. Who knows? I don't know. You don't know. Are we going to really have 5, 7, 6 years worth of blueprints awarded to people's permanent accounts before the game even goes live? It seems a bit much. I mean, the ship thing is already kind of problematic, right? Cynic Fenrir says posture check. Thank you, Cynic. I appreciate that. Ooh, okay. Thank you very much, Cynic. So it does make me concerned if it's at this stage a permanent thing. I'm not saying that some things can't be permanent, some blueprints, that's fine, especially if it's tied to a limited time event or something. But I think if just if every one of them out there that we get, every blueprint is somehow permanent locked to our account, that's problematic to me. And doesn't help the game for when it hits 1.0. Rooster Rage, our good buddy Rooster Rage, just did $20 to the Miss Starlynch attack. Thank you very much, Rooster. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much, everyone, for your generosity towards St. Jude. Remember, St. Jude is a really good organization running St. Jude Children's Hospitals. They take care of sick kids who have cancer. They take care of their families. No kid that gets treatment at St. Jude has to ever pay a bill, ever. Everything is taken care of through your amazingly generous donations. And another important thing is that none of the money you all are donating comes to STARJUMP. None of it comes to me. None of it goes to Ender. None of it goes to us in any way. It goes directly to Tiltify, and then Tiltify sends it directly to St. Jude. Okay? So there's none of that money ever touches our hands in any way. Okay? Very important thing I want to add there. So thank you very much for your donations. I appreciate you all. Okay. Okay. Says here in Alpha 4.7, the available blueprints focus on FPS weapons and armor, including many variants of base items you may already be familiar with. Think of that as the test bed, right? It is also important to note that, like many aspects of the continuing development of Star Citizen, blueprint requirements are subject to changes in future patches as the system evolves and expands to include additional gameplay loops like refining, salvage, and research, as well as the inclusion of newer blueprints. Now, this is, again, exactly why I don't think any of these blueprints should really be permanently added to our accounts. They say right here, what's that note? It says says the requirements, blueprint requirements are subject to changes in future patches as the system evolves and expands. So the way in which we get some of these is even going to change. So if some people are getting them the easy way and CIG makes it harder, I do think that's a problem. I do. Blackbird257. Blackbird, have you followed the channel? If you haven't, buddy, I appreciate it if you would. I feel like I recognize your name. I feel like I do. Blackbird coming in with a $50 donation. Incredible. Blackbird kicking the door down with a $50 donation towards the Mercury and Avengers starter pack and art supplies for St. Jude. Blackbird, salute to you, buddy. I appreciate you. Vigoth666, pretty scary name. Appreciate that follow. Do appreciate it. Annaline Serenity reached a 3 streams streak. I do appreciate that. Thanks for showing up and hanging out. Hopefully you are all having a good time. Everyone, again, if I missed your question, I am sorry. Feel free. If you post a question and I don't answer it, 10 minutes again, 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later, post your question again, and I will try to get to it. Super Cake. Hopefully I said that right. Hopefully you're well. I think you triggered the timeout thing. I'm not sure. I wasn't following, but the bot timed you out. I'm not sure for why, but hopefully all is well. Welcome back. So again, anyways, blueprints focused on weapons and armor right now. That's going to expand first, probably. I can see more weapons and armors getting added to the bucket. That's probably, I would say, almost a sure bet for 4.8. And the big question then is what's next, right? What comes next? And I think what comes next are things like items, right? So maybe being able to fabricate medical stuff, maybe being able to fabricate food elements, sustenance elements, okay? CIG could even bring new things into the game for that, but maybe sustenance elements, and then obviously ship components, things like that. Super, don't worry about it, buddy. I'm not sure what triggered the timeout. Sorry about that. Hopefully you grabbed yourself a little something to drink at that time, and welcome back. Do appreciate you. Hang out with us. Hang out with us. But yeah, there's a lot of room to grow here. And again, we just hope that they keep bringing out more and more stuff, right? Skywatch says blueprints will be in R&D loop drops. Rewards, just as high quality items will likely arrive as drops in R&D, salvage, and mission NPC ships, surely. Yeah, I mean, I think, again, there's a lot of avenues for CIG to make the blueprint something we go after. And again, that could be in the form of, one-time events, for example, those instanced tactical fleet ops things we know are coming into the game. We don't know when they're coming. I've heard Invictus, I've heard this summer, but whenever those do come into the game, I can almost assure you that there's going to be some blueprint, tied to that, some way to get that. Super says, it's not been easy for me tonight. I don't really have anywhere to go. So yeah, well, hang out here, grab yourself something to drink, grab a snack, hang out, talking crafting. Again, everyone, got a great crowd tonight. 152 over on Twitch, 107 on YouTube. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Again, don't forget our giveaways we're doing tonight for the helmet packs. And I'm going to give 2 of those away. If you're on YouTube, go to the link pinned to top of chat. If you're on Twitch, it's !ticket or !ticket space max. I'm going to give both winners one of these tonight. No random wheel of names, okay? No random wheel of names. And then, of course, don't forget the Ironclad giveaway. You want to get in on that? It's the Ironclad, everybody. It's this bad boy here. CIG released a new image. Okay, you're going to want to get in on that. It's going to be an awesome ship. Let's see. Cosmic says, okay. I see what you're saying. Cosmic. I will. I'll be careful. Okay. Let's continue on. Names are hard for me to say anyways, even the non-risque ones. So here we go. Item Fabricator. Okay. If any of you did the, I also know I'm a show producer tonight. If any of you did the Alliance 8 event, you will know that if you got through to the end of that, you could, I think if you got to 100%, you could get an Alliance 8 Fabricator. Now I got one awarded to me, so I have it in my hangar, but it doesn't have the Alliance 8 paint on it or liveries, whatever they call it. I think we'll get that in 4.8. So anyways, be on the lookout for that. But let's read this one. Let's see here. Okay, Item Fabricator. This is your crafting machine. It can be purchased from shops located at select shops and landing zones or space stations. So again, you can buy this, okay? And like all large inventory items, it can be retrieved and stored via the freight elevators. Note, if you participated in the recent Lifeline for Levski event, that was that Alliance 8 event I was thinking about, you may already have one waiting for you, which I did, so it's already in the hangar. Moving an item fabricator can be easily done via tractor beam and attaches easily to cargo grids, allowing them to be placed in certain ships for crafting on the go, and serves as your primary interface for assessing your blueprint library and crafting process as a whole. Oh my goodness. Radar Ranger just absolutely killed it with a $490 donation. My goodness. Radar, buddy. I got to give you the massive double salute there. There it is. There it is. Radar Ranger, the 07. Coming in big. Coming in big. Kicking doors down. Radar Ranger just wants to get us to that 5K mark, I think, tonight. Anonymous with the $100 donation towards the Mercury Avenger starter. Radar Ranger donated towards the groceries for family and probably the RSI Perseus. Or Polaris. I don't know. But thank you very much, Radar Ranger and Anonymous. That is incredibly generous. Radar is an awesome dude. I've had many conversations with him, and he's one of my favorite people out there. He's part of Enemy Contact Org. If any of you are looking for an awesome org, Enemy Contact is one you should seek out. I've had a lot of fun talking to those guys. Why is my progress bar not updating here? Stand by. Let me refresh it here. Let's refresh it. Super, thank you for the follow. All right, where's my progress bar? Where's my progress bar? Where's my progress? My progress bar isn't loading anymore, everybody. Oh, there it is. $4,970. Good God. You know what? I owe some beans. We're going to pause. We're going to pause on the crafting discussion right now. I forgot. I owe y'all some Bean Boozle. Okay? For those of you that don't know Bean Boozle, this is some torture I do for all of you. And essentially what happens is I pull a random jelly bean out of here. It's totally random. And it has the opportunity to be one of several different, actually, let me go to full screen here. It can be one of different flavors. It can be wet dog, stinky socks, barf, juicy pear, booger, all that kind of good stuff. I don't know what I'm going to get. But I'm going to pull one. I owe you all a few. I owe you all a few. I think we can be honest. Cax, nice to see you. Nice to see you. We've had a lot of amazing donations tonight. And then Radar just said, the hell with all that. I'm going to drop a super donation and force Grim to eat a few of these beans. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm going to do the bean thing. I got the, there we go. There's the first one. Now this one, I already know what this one can be. This is my favorite one, actually. So this isn't going to be painful. We're going to have to do a second one, of course. With these big donations, I'm going to have to do at least 2 beans, right? 2 or 3 beans. This one here is either toothpaste or blueberry, okay? Blueberry or toothpaste. So we're going to try it now. Wish me luck, everybody. I kind of like both. The toothpaste is actually not that bad, believe it or not. I'm just going to say it. Here we go. All right. Oh, it's blueberry. It tastes delicious. That's not fair. That's no fun. That's no fun. We've got to do, while I'm chewing this, I'm going to do another one. I'm going to do another one of these. But I do have one announcement. Debuting next weekend. Jelly beans are hard to chew for me. Debuting next weekend, the first of several pieces of STARJUMP merch are finally coming back. Okay? So these hats will be for sale. Okay, they're nice hats. They come in multiple colors. Do I have the black one? I do. Hold on, let me grab it. I got the gray one. They obviously come in black as well. It's a nice embossed, you can see here, it's a nice embossed thread. You can see it's 3D. Those hats will be coming. And then a couple other items too. But here's the cool thing. You all know that I'm a big fan of Drake. You know I'm a big fan of the Ironclad. You know I'm a big fan of the Kraken. Many of you have been asking, hey, are you going to have some of your merch be the Kraken Captain mug that we've seen you drink coffee from before? And I can confirm that I've got a very special, uniquely designed Kraken Captain mug that is going to be on the STARJUMP merch store. We're going to build up and get excited for the Kraken releasing in 2027, damn it. My favorite ship. But for now, I owe you all another Bean Boozle. We're going to do it here. Let me pull it up. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Can you see it? Okay. There it is. Now, this could be, let me look at my book. This could be either peach or barf. Okay? It's either peach or barf. I'm not a big fan of peach, and I do not like barf. So this is going to be rough regardless. This is going to be rough regardless, but we're going to do it because you all deserve it. 155 over on Twitch, 112 on YouTube. You all are amazing. Oh, God. All right, here we go. By the way, next episode might be tomorrow night. Could get pushed to Mondays. Pay attention to the schedule. But we are going to go deep on some Kraken stuff and Ironclad stuff and just Drake in general. We want to talk about DefenseCon a little bit. Okay, here we go, everybody. Whew, wish me luck. I hope this isn't barf. Oh, God. I hope no one... It's affecting my voice. I hope no one clipped that. That is barf. Oh, God. That is bad. That is really bad. Yep. That is bad. Sorry, everybody. This is going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute. That is pretty horrible. That is pretty bad. Oh, my goodness. $60 donation by... Oh, my God. We got a few donations here. $40 from VG for the Perseus. $30 from Ubu. $50 from Guardian. And $60 from Anonymous. We're at 5,150. God dang, this is really bad. We're now past our $5,000 raised mark. Velocity says hydrate. Velocity, thank you very much. I'm going for the NASA cup here, everyone. Oh, God. Citizen Dex, thank you for being here. Thanks you for supporting. I deserve no thanks. You all are the legends. I appreciate you all. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. So all those donations there, let me call that out one more time. $40 from my good buddy VG over from the Enemy Contact Group. Awesome dude. I love VG. He's an awesome guy. I've known VG for a while now, and for a long time just didn't get into a lot of conversations with him. I don't know why, but as I've gotten to know him more and we've had some great talks, I really like VG. He is an awesome dude. I love talking with him. $30 from Ubu. Thank you very much, Ubu. Hey, there's Radar Ranger in chat. Radar, salute to you, buddy. $50 from Guardian. Appreciate that, Guardian. Coming up with art supplies for St. Jude. And then a $60 from Anonymous towards the Mercury and Avenger starter combo. By the way, for that starter combo, you get both. You get the Mercury Star Runner and the Avenger Invictus starter pack. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Again, all of those courtesy of our boy GearCon. Okay, I don't know if GearCon is GearCon's not here. Gear, where are you? Either way, all these courtesy of our boy GearCon, so do appreciate it. Again, everyone, we have now pushed past $5,000 $8,150. I need to go to the Tiltify link and set a new goal. I think Ender's got some sort of goal in there for 8,000. I need to look at what that is because I'm going to set one of my own goals for, let's set a new one. Which should we set it for? What amount should we make it for? 6,000? 7,000? I got an idea. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go to milestones. Okay, I'm going to incentive. We're going to set a new goal. Okay, so what's the 8,000 one? Is ice bucket time. That's an Ender one. That's not me. Okay, that's not me. I'm going to make a new milestone, and that is going to be for the, we're going to make it for, we're going to make it for, what are we going to make it for? We're going to make it for 7 or 8,000, everyone. What do you think our next goal should be? $7,000 or $8,000? Or no, sorry, $6,000 or $7,000. I think we should make it $6,000. Let's make it for 6,000, shall we? 6,000, and that what we're going to do is 7,500. Gin and Tonic says. Yeah, we'll make it for 7,500. I like that. Citizen Ninja coming up with that nice. Yeah, I get it. We're going to do 7,500. Thank you, Gin and Tonic. And this milestone is going to be a info runners will fix my fleet. Okay, I already asked Execute about this. Gin and Tonic, I know you got your Execute problems, which is why I'm going to use your dollar amount, and info runners will have to fix my fleet. That is the new milestone. Let me save those changes. I know Gin and Tonic's excited about that one. I know him. I know he's excited about that. Okay, so we have a $7,500 next milestone. Algrid and Execute have will fix Grimm's fleet. Okay, they did fix my fleet a long time ago, but it has been a long time. Okay, so they're going to fix my fleet. That's how we're going to do it. Okay, now I still owe you all a bean. I do still owe you a bean. Oh man, that barf one has made me burp a few times. I need another drink. This does have a little bit of rum in it, by the way. By the way, I'll switch over here real quick. I'm going to go to StarJumpFleetViewer.com. Let's go there real quick. Let's go here. I just want to point out to everyone, we just had another donation. Grunge19, $60 towards the RSI Polaris. Grunge, thank you very much. Salute to you, buddy. Appreciate you. I'm going to turn off the donor list real quick here. I'm going to go up here and go to ships. Okay, if I add a ship, one thing that's important to know is if you uncheck this official only box here, there's more ships. Okay, the official only are CIG SKUs. Okay, that's very important. If you uncheck official only, you get access to a lot of other options. Okay, a lot of other options. I'm going to pull up really quick enemy contact. And this was an org that really helped me out during the Alliance 8 event, or whatever the hell it's called. And because of that help, I told them I'd do them 2 ships for Fleet Viewer in their colors. They have kind of a really bright green color, and this is their enemy contact Idris and enemy contact Arastra. Again, Radar Ranger, a part of that org. VG, part of that org. Beg for Mercy, part of that org. A lot of great people over there. Salute to you. Definitely one of my favorite groups out there, without a doubt. I feel like I'm a spiritual member, but I need to become a full member. I think I need to become a full member soon. They're that awesome. All right. Let's go back to crowd. Oh, Artorius is in chat. Art, we're doing good, man. We're at $5,210 raised. Artorius produces my show producer in chat. Art, hope you're doing well, buddy. If you decide to get on chat, you're welcome. I know you've had a long day, though. We do have a couple questions to hit real quick, though, or actually one from Cody Fox, 2876. His question, the monthly report said something about IG bringing back an old foe. Do you think that's Xeno threat coming for Invictus again? Ooh, I don't know. Chat, do we have any predictions? Do we have any predictions on what the old foe could be? Any predictions on the old foe? I heard a name, but I think that particular mission giver was, or foe, or adversary was from like before my time. So yeah, I'm not sure. Dr. York. Oh, yeah, we never got the end of that, did we, Shady? We never got the end of that. I do hope we get the end of that story too. So yeah. Stefan says Amelia Boyd. Yep. Also possible. Also possible. Tessa Bannister from Rabbit. Yeah. Another good contender. I personally hope it's Dr. York. Again, CIG was on sort of a path with that. He was never really a foe. GQ said that's true. I guess not a direct foe, but an antagonist. Can we say that? Right? We could say an antagonist. I would like to see that story progress, get to the end. I want to see that. I thought that whole storyline they did was really awesome. I enjoyed following along. I enjoyed exploring. So I would love for them to finish that one off. Okay, Velocity says hydrate. That was 8 minutes ago. I'm going to hydrate again on that one though. Everyone, thank you for your donations. That's incredible. Pushing us to $5,210. I am going to reload the progress bar one more time though. Bear with me. Okay. So it is saying 8,000. Let me look. Hold on a second. I need to fix one thing. For some reason, it's showing the 8,000 goal, and I think that's because that's the next one. I don't think Ender will mind if I turn that one off a minute so that the 7,500 one is next. Okay, we'll reactivate the 8,000 when we hit 7,500. Okay, and then Ender will have to do his 5,000, his ice bucket thing. Okay, let's continue on with crafting, everybody. We talked about the item fabricator. Again, if you did the Alliance 8 event, you should have that in the old hangar. Okay, should have that in the hangar. Let's go to crafting now. Sorry here, adjusting some windows. All right. Okay, crafting. To craft, select an object from the interface of available previously collected blueprints. Okay, that's your blueprints tab right here. Oh, Lord Varkstorm just sent the mighty Kraken overhead. That's amazing. Rating with a party of 22 viewers. Lord Varkstorm, thank you very much. Salute to you. Gave the 07. I'm also going to give you the double salute for a second for that raid. I appreciate you. Kitten Bum, hello. Nice to see you. Thank you very much for that raid. I do appreciate it. I hope you had a great time over on your stream. What'd you get up to? Let me do a shout out here. I'll stand by. Let's see here if I can spell. See, I'm doing this on my own because Art is not here. It's okay. I forgive him. There we go. All right, just shouted you out. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for that raid. I do really appreciate it. Since we got some raiders here, though, I am going to briefly pause and go over to our St. Jude raffles. Remember, everybody, we are doing St. Jude Play Live right now, and we have some incredible raffles we are giving away that are currently running that we are doing drawings for. If you use our Tiltify link, which is I'm pasting it down in chat. If you use that Tiltify link or you scan the QR code on your screen, you can donate towards the StarJump St. Jude Play Live campaign for a $40 St. Jude donation. If you apply that to the Perseus, we will be doing a Perseus drawing on April 9th. That's next Thursday, okay? For a $20 St. Jude donation towards our Tiltify link, you can get in on the Avenger and Mercury Star Runner combo pack. We'll do that drawing on April 15th. For a $30 donation, if you select the right raffle when you donate from our Tiltify link, you can get in on the Banu Merchantman, which that drawing will be done on April 22nd. And then on April 29th, last day of my April streams, we're going to do 2 raffle drawings, one for an RSI Perseus, that's a $60 ticket donation, and a Hammerhead. Remember, that's going gold standard. That is a $35 donation towards St. Jude via our Tiltify link, okay? So big shout out to our buddy GearCon for donating these ships, okay? So get in on that while you can. We are going through crafting tonight. So thank you, Raiders, for coming on over. Hopefully you'll hang out, stay a while, grab a drink. I'm doing some bean boozles. I'm getting punished for donations. I do have some alcohol with me. So let's continue on. Okay. It says here, let's continue. These will be highlighted amongst the unavailable ones still waiting for you to discover. Once selected, you'll find the list of materials required, but remember to consider their quality. Manually assigning materials from your local inventory with specific qualities will cause the displayed item stats to increase or decrease based on those choices. So these attributes over here are going to go up or down based off the quality of materials you're putting into it. Okay. Simply using the autofill function to let the system pick for you I think that selects the highest grade you have, by the way. Mixing qualities may result in an average quality item. Again, CIG's talked a lot about this. The higher quality materials going into the crafting item, the crafting function of the item nets a higher quality item, okay? Once you have your item selected and materials set, you can begin your crafting job proper. Crafting times will vary depending on the size and quality of the item, and multiple jobs can be set up in the crafting queue. That's just really great to see. Once a job has been completed, you'll see it in the history log tab within the queue screen. Okay, I love the queue feature, and I love that was sort of a tier 0 function that they added. I was actually flying around in game the other day and did see that there was someone flying around doing crafting for people. He was setting up a little shop inside of his ship, so it was really cool. And he was queuing up items when I talked to him. So, Rooster Rage with a $20 donation towards a Mercury and Avenger starter. Appreciate that, Rooster. Did I call you out earlier, Rooster? Sorry if I didn't, buddy. Is that a new one? We're up to $5,230 raised so far, everyone. Pushing towards that $7,500 goal where info runners will fix Grimm's fleet. Okay. Continuing on here, crafting and dismantling have their own distinct queues, allowing you to have multiple crafting and dismantling jobs running simultaneously. Again, another thing that is a great quality of life thing that normally we wouldn't see until CIG circles back around and adds quality of life features. It's nice to see they hit it right from the get-go here. Now, Citizen Dex in chat says, do not stack more than 8 tasks at a time. You'll brick the fabricator. That's a really good advisory. That's a really good advisory. You can brick your fabricator by stacking more than 8 tasks at a time. Actually, does anyone know what the cost of the fabricators are in the shops? Does anyone know? I'd love to know if someone knows. Whoa, $90 donation from Glupsy. Glupsy. Salute to you, buddy. They say 100,000, around 100,000. Okay, maybe it varies a little bit on the place. Okay, not bad. Actually, that's not bad at all. Glupsy, thank you for that $90 donation towards a merchantman and the RSI Polaris Corvette. We are up to 5,320 dineros. Appreciate you all. Again, you all are supporting sick kids and their families as they go through the nightmare that is cancer. Remember, at St. Jude Children's Hospital, none of these kids or their families pay a dime. Everything is covered. That is due to you all and your donations. Okay? If you look to the far right over there, you'll see the lifetime fundraising for STARJUMP for St. Jude is now up to $45,788 that STARJUMP has raised for St. Jude. But STARJUMP's just doing the raising. It's you all donating the money. Okay? So you are the ones that are making this charity a success. I've had a few people reach out to me and say, hey, Graham, shout out to you. Thanks for doing this. But it's not me. I'm just streaming. You all are donating. You all are the ones making this happen. So if you're in chat right now, give yourselves an 07 for helping these sick kids. Eagle0013, our good buddy Eagle, with a $40 donation towards the RSI Perseus, pushing us to 5,360. Thank you very much, Eagle. Again, appreciate you all. You're making good things happen, seriously. So again, one thing I'll say about the crafting UI is I thought the first iteration was really good. I thought it was clear, understandable, and just navigating it felt right. There was a few things that maybe are a little. There's some labeling I wish they would adjust, but overall really good, especially for a first initial UI pass. I still think there's some interesting things they could do with color in some of their UIs. Whenever CIG shows a lot of their concept stuff for UI, I feel like it's a little bit more colorful and uses colors in interesting ways to denote, certain things and at least separation. For some of us with certain levels of color blindness and stuff, I suffer with a little bit of that. And I do think whenever they come out with some of these UIs after the fact, they're a little bit more monochrome or at least limited on the color spectrum. It's not a bad thing. That's not really a criticism. It's just sometimes when you get used to seeing the concept UIs and then suddenly you see the in-game UI, it is a little bit of an adjustment because they do vary from that a lot. One of the ones I'm going to be really interested to see is some of the social tool stuff they showed previously. I'm hoping some of the social tools UI that they showed was it last SysMCon or the SysMCon before? I hope a lot of that stuff carries over how we saw it. Those were just mock-ups, but it's just something I noticed with CIG and their UI work. All right, let's talk about dismantling. Okay, crafting is this tab here again, right? Fabrication, so that's what we're talking about here. This next tab going down is all about dismantling. Okay, so we're going to talk about dismantling for a second. Dismantling. As you might surmise, dismantling allows you to convert items back into resources. Okay, in this first release, you can dismantle most FPS items found in shops, loot, or crafted by players. For items found in loot or purchased in shops, dismantling these will provide materials of their default quality values. Okay. For player-crafted items, dismantling will provide you with materials of the same quality used in the original construction, which is nice. You don't lose anything in that conversion, really. Maybe an amount. You lose in a little bit of amount, but you don't lose the quality, which I think is a good thing. Says here, but at reduced quantity. Okay, there we go. Due to the manufacturing and dismantling process. The funny thing is I haven't done a lot of dismantling in game yet. Okay. Snoochie Boochie with a $20 donation towards the Mercury and Avenger Starter Pack. Snoochie, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate you. $5,380. We've had some incredible donations tonight, everybody. From $20 donations to $490 donations. You're all incredible. Every single one of them matters. Every single one of you matters. It really does make a big difference. And I do appreciate it. Actually, let me change one thing real quick on the milestone so that it doesn't get confused with what Ender's doing. I'm just going to fix one thing real quick. Let me rename that. We'll fix Grimm's Fleet. Okay, there we go. All right, fix that. So thank you very much for those donations. I do appreciate it. By the way, I had someone ask earlier about an Ohio Bar Citizen event or something like that. For those of you who don't know, I am in Columbus, Ohio. We are going to put on, or I am going to put on, a STARJUMP Bar Citizen this year. That is happening. I'm trying to plan for something a little larger. If that can't happen, then at the very least, we're going to do just a Bar Citizen event at a bar or a restaurant. But it's going to happen. For those of you in and around the Ohio area or surrounding areas, if you want to come, I will make sure lots of messaging's put out about it, when and where, give people lots of heads up, several months of heads up a little bit. I'm currently planning on maybe July, but there's going to be a lot of unique STARJUMP stuff there, posters, giveaway stuff, all kinds of fun stuff if you can make it in person. $20 from Cosmic Turtle towards the Mercury and Avenger starter. I tell you what, the Mercury and Avenger starter has been popular. So thank you very much, Cosmic. Do appreciate that. Salute to you. I think that pushes us to $5,400. So really great. Okay, Eagle says he'll be there. That's great. Eagle, I can't wait to meet you again. Did we meet already? Did we meet at Quantum? Did we meet at the Quantum Equinox? Did you come to Equinox, Eagle? I forget if you did. It was multiple years ago now. It's been too long. I can't remember. But if you didn't, hopefully you will come to the STARJUMP one, get to meet you in person. Can't wait to meet many of you again. This community is amazing. So, yeah. Eagle says, no, not sir. I was working in Columbus at the time, but didn't have time. Okay, yeah, I understand. Well, hopefully you'll be able to make it to this. I'm going to get together with Art. We are going to get something planned, and it should be a lot of fun. So, Thorn, yep, try to make it. Okay. Now we're going to talk about the future of crafting, right? So let me read this little bit here. Says, we are tremendously excited by this addition to the game and what this step means for the universe as a whole. Like every feature in Star Citizen, crafting will continue to grow and evolve through subsequent releases, connecting as many aspects of life in the verse as possible and giving you, the player, more agency and control over your experience than ever before. Do you all remember when Richard Tyrer was on ISC or SCL, sorry, Star Citizen Live, and he talked about, it was kind of it went viral amongst the Star Citizen community a little bit, but one of the things Richard Tyrer said was that the game was sort of like these little independent little loops at the moment, right? So you can go out and go mining. You can go out and do this. He said, but what the game really lacked was the interconnected tissue that brings all that together. Now that interconnected tissue is a few things. It's not just one feature, but crafting is part of that interconnected tissue. It's one of those things that's bringing all those other individual loops together. Cindy Sanderson, oh my God. Cindy Sanderson just came out with a $60 donation towards the Mercury and Avenger starter. Cindy, I hope you're well. Longtime StarJump supporter, salute to you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for that donation. Thank you, everybody, for your generosity. I know it's appreciated. I have a great crowd tonight again. 181 over on Twitch, 108 over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Again, everyone, don't forget, hey, Ryan Mac Gamer. Ryan, hope you're doing well, buddy. Hope you're doing well. How are things? How are things, Ryan? Let me give you a little shout out there. Mac Gamer. There we go. I hope you're doing well, Ryan Mac. Yes, but again, thank you, everybody, for your generosity. Killer Tank just did a $35 donation towards the Aegis Hammerhead. Thank you very much for that, pushing us to $5,495. Big time in it. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. So, yes, St. Jude, it's going well. You all are making it go well. Thank you very much. We're going to do a St. Jude thing here in just a minute where we kind of go through the details again, but let's get back to crafting. The future of crafting. This is an inexhaustive list of select improvements already in development related to crafting, okay? So they say already in development, which is kind of interesting, okay? General expansion, additional items including but not limited to vehicle components and weapons. I do imagine vehicle components and weapons are the next thing on the docket. Now, that doesn't mean 4.8, doesn't mean 4.9, we don't know, but it's on the docket, and I do think it's the next sort of big thing coming. Integration with base building for crafting entire vehicles. Okay, there you go. Again, I talked about fabrication being sort of a different level of crafting, but as they're saying here, it is the same. Fabrication of vehicles and spaceships is crafting. It's no different than crafting an FPS item. It's just on a larger scale. So, yes, Quinn, 4.9, I said it. Additional stats for all craftable items to provide increased variety and customization. So again, further depth. Catalysts, optional items, which unlock additional benefits when included in crafting jobs. That's going to be really cool. And I hope CIG allows us to do a lot of experimentation on that. I really hope that's a systemic system that allows us to really explore it. You know what I mean? And maybe do some interesting combinations that give us really interesting outputs, right? I think that would be really cool. NPC shops pay more for higher quality materials. Crafted gear may be looted from select NPCs or found in crates. Dismantling this loot will result in appropriate quality values on the materials. Love that. Player trading will support transactions of quality materials and crafted items. Again, I really want to see how CIG expands the player trading function, right? Again, I think, and I don't think CIG's ever formally mentioned this, but I really do think we need that classic MMO auction house sort of thing. And then on general expansion here, it says base building will add additional support for player operated stores and advertisements, which is awesome. Advertisements, that's cool. Ryan Matt Gamer says, for ship crafting, I really hope they don't just make it a button press for X timer. When you get a token for a shipyard, I want to see a massive 3D fabrication setup with lasers and stuff. Yeah, I hope there's something cool with that too, Ryan. You know, when they showed off the crafting that was happening in the fabrication hangar during CitizenCon, and then they showed the storm being fabricated in the Pioneer. Remember how they showed that in sort of the white box mock-up they did of the Pioneer? You didn't see anything. The blast doors closed, and it just sort of, the magic happened behind closed doors. I do agree with you, though. What I hope happens is I hope there is a window in those blast doors. And I know that we can't see a vehicle literally building, but I would love to see some like flashing in that window of light to kind of represent lasers or sparking or welding and stuff like that. I would love to see some sort of reaction to make that feel like a big moment when you craft that, you know, Mercury Star Runner or an Idris or something. You know, I want to see feedback from that. I don't want to just see the door close and then bling, you know, your ship is done, like a microwave or something. That seemed a little weird. Rabbit07 says classic auction house with a giant warehouse where players can do pickups and drop off missions to fill orders. Oh, that'd be really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love that. I'd like that a lot. We definitely need that. So, all right, that's general expansion. Let's talk about blueprint acquisition here. Future plans. Blueprints can be granted from physical data pads discovered in the verse. That's something we had heard about. Data pads are one-time use. Data pads can be sold or gifted to other players before use. Also, that's interesting. So if a blueprint is on a data pad, it hasn't sort of been claimed yet, you could sell the data pad and thus sell the blueprint. If you all remember when I talked about Star Citizen 1.0 and how CIG needs to handle the physicalization of data, one of the things I talked about was how are they going to represent that physicalization of data? And here's sort of one answer to that. You know, the data pad itself will be sort of the transit device for data, right? Or the physicalization of data. Another thing too is I wonder if you will be able to take blueprints and load them onto data pads for sale. Or does this only refer to blueprints that exist on data pads by default and you either claim it or don't claim it? And if it's unclaimed, then you can sell it to someone, sell the data pad. We'll have to see. Again, everyone, thanks. Been an awesome night of donations tonight. Again, I'm seriously blown away. $5,495 raised in just 2 streams. That is incredible. Heading towards our $7,500 goal for St. Jude again, where info runners will fix Grimm's fleet, but we all know, you all know, that there is no fixing my fleet. My fleet's already perfect. And if Algrid and Execute have any critiques about my fleet, they're going to be in the wrong. Okay. Victoria, salute to you. Hope you're doing well, Victoria. Nice to see you. Okay. Let's keep going here. That's blueprint acquisition. Let's look at blueprint tiers, the future of blueprint tiers. Ryan says, blueprint datapads should be coveted like your bank balance, then hope you don't accidentally take one into a bunker and leave it on the floor. Yeah, true. Yeah, Victor, I'm doing well. My knee is healing nicely. So things are well there, and I continue to get better every day. So that is good. I do like that. All right, everybody. Blueprint tiers. Future work for blueprint tiers. Most crafted items will have tier 1 to tier 3, while vehicles will expand to tier 5. You know, I've often wondered why CIG gave vehicles 2 more tiers of crafting scale. We'll have to see. It says here, higher tier items have access to increased stat ranges. Higher tier blueprints have more complex requirements, to be expected. Meathead Militia, nice to see you. Salute. Says increasing the blueprint tier requires the player to complete research tasks. Okay, so that's something we have not seen much yet, and I hope we see soon. By the way, Blade001, 3-stream streak. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Jumping in the stars, looking a bit grim. But thank you very much for hanging out. I imagine you're going to be able to take your mid-level or low-level blueprints. You're going to be able to plug those into the research device, add whatever other stuff needs to be done there. Maybe it's just time, and possibly research those blueprints up to a higher quality. I don't know if that's how it's going to work, but I am interested to see. The only ship we know of right now that plugs into the research gameplay loop is the Misk Endeavor. So that is a ship that actually has a research module, right? Pandemix with a $100 donation towards the RSI Perseus and RSI Polaris, 2 amazing ships. $100 donation. Thank you very much, Pandemix. You are a legend. $5,595 raised. I give you a salute, Pandy. Thank you very much for that. You are a legend. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Some people are saying the Reliant Sen. Does the Reliant Sen do research? I didn't know that. That's my mistake. Okay. So 2 ships then. The Reliant Sen, which is kind of an advanced starter. Older ship, but advanced starter. And then on the extreme other end, we have the Misk Endeavor, obviously one of the biggest and most complex capital ships that will come to the game at some point in the far future. Sen is science. Yeah, I think it'll do research then. If the Sen is a science-based ship, then I think it will do research. I think that's what science is going to be, is research. But yeah, I could see that. I think other ships will get the research capability. I mean, remember, the research is done via a kiosk. We've seen pictures of it. So that kiosk is going to be able to will be able to be put in any ship, right? So it's not like you're going to be limited on the research loop because of a ship requirement or something. You're going to be able to put the research kiosk in any ship. Okay. Says here, items can be upgraded from one tier to the next by using a specialist upgrading blueprint. Okay. These upgraded items will have access to increased stat ranges. It should be more efficient to craft a higher tier item from scratch than it is to upgrade an item from tier 1 up to its maximum. So what's being said there is, from probably just a raw input standpoint, it's going to be easier, relatively speaking, easier to just craft the tier 3 item right from the get-go, instead of taking an existing tier 1 item and then upgrading that to tier 2 and then upgrading that to tier 3. So it sounds like you're going to have to go through each tier step there. You're not going to be able to just go from tier 1 to tier 3, at least from what it sounds like they're saying. Caliban Rex coming in with a $25 donation. Thank you very much, Caliban. Appreciate that. 1 day of meals for a patient. We're now at $5,620, everyone. That is incredible work. We're doing this all for the sick kids and their families going through the nightmare that is cancer. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital taking care of those families and those sick kids. They do not pay a dime. They never pay a dime. All the money you're donating, by the way, goes straight to Tiltify and then straight to St. Jude. It does not touch or come to STARJUMP in any way. It doesn't come to Grimm, doesn't come to STARJUMP, none of that. It goes straight to Tiltify via your donation, and Tiltify sends that straight to St. Jude. Okay, so donate with confidence. Donate with that, the confidence that it's not going anywhere else. It's not being sidetracked. There's no middle person. It's just going straight to Tiltify, which then disperses it to St. Jude. Okay, so donate with confidence. Next, interface. Dedicated Blueprint Library app. Okay, we figured we were getting that. Right now, obviously, you can view your blueprints through the Fabricator UI, but we're going to need a mobiGlas UI for that. New folder style management for materials of the same type, which are different quality. That's really great to hear. I'm guessing that ties into I think that ties into the sort of the inventory rework they did. I think they probably accounted for that. Rabbit says, does the Carrack have a science room? I don't know. See, they haven't been really clear on that with the Carrack. They haven't been really clear with that. Says here, the ability to split and merge resource containers within the inventory where the quality averages out. Okay. Next, item functionality, degradation, and repair. Without items degrading and needing to be replaced, the crafting economy is much less appealing to crafters due to crafting your item once and never needing a new one. Okay, and this is no surprise here. CIG has talked about this numerous times. Oh, it's Beg for Mercy, member of Enemy Contact. Awesome, dude. Beg for Mercy in chat. Beg, hope you're doing well, buddy. Salute to you. Really appreciate you coming by, stopping by, saying hello. Great people over there at Enemy Contact. I really cannot say better things about the group of people over there. Awesome. So yeah, we knew items were going to degrade. That's the whole point about crafting. They can't have it to where those items are just permanent. CIG doesn't do that anyway. We know that. So items you craft are going to degrade over time. You probably are going to be able to repair them and stuff to keep them up. But at some point, I think that degradation level is just going to get to a critical point where they cannot be upkept anymore. It says here, items will degrade with usage. Degradation impacts the functionality of an item. Items can be repaired to restore some functionality, as I just said. Every repair reduces maximum functionality of the item. Low functionality will mean more malfunctions again. So pretty much everything I said. Beg says, hey, friend, just woke up from a nap. We filmed a bunch last night until 2 a.m. That's awesome, dude. Hope you're doing well. Items will get damaged. Items can be repaired to restore their integrity. Item recovery and claiming will not reset functionality on items. So if you reclaim or if you claim an item, it's not going to reset its sort of damage threshold. Okay. That's going to retain. That's sort of permanently imprinted on the item, which is good. So that people don't game the claim system there. Ryan says, Rabbit, I believe the Carrack was a catch-all mini capital years ago, then changed into more specific functions when it was updated. Yeah, and I think the Kraken's going to get additional updates there, honestly. Although they could add research to the Carrack. I could see that coming in something. Maybe its cargo, its cargo things are modular. Maybe it gets a modular thing at some point. Says here, pledge items are still subject to degradation, repair, and maintenance, but will never become permanently unusable. Paths to restore complete functionality will be available. Okay? All right. We're trucking along here, everybody. Pledge gear and crafting. Any item obtained via pledge will be a tier 1 quality item. Pledge items will never degrade to 0. That's good. Those are things you paid real money for. If the pledge item is a unique livery, the owner receives a cosmetic paint item. The cosmetic paint item allows you to apply that livery to the same item. So essentially the paint becomes a blueprint in a sense. You do not receive the blueprint to craft the original item itself. This must still be earned in game. Pledge items cannot be traded or dismantled. Okay, so if you have pledged an item with real money, that is a hard thing to your account. Okay, you're not dismantling that and selling that off because that would create some weird complications on how CIG, rectifies what are owned items, real money items, and what are in-game items. So that they were never going to do that. General Rendar just says, "What's up, STARJUMP Grim? Just had a fantastic Star Citizen day. 3 bunker runs with no deaths. That is awesome, dude. Hope you had a great time doing it." All right, crafting vehicles. We're talking future crafting gameplay, everybody here. Crafting vehicles, functional, dedicated in-vehicle crafting machines. So we know that. We've seen that with the Pioneer, okay, and its fabrication hangar, okay. And then the ability to input, output both materials and items using the vehicle cargo grids, okay. Crafting vehicles. So yeah, this means on your Pioneer, on your Starlancer build, whatever, the cargo grids will be able to have materials for the fabrication of items, and the crafting machines or the fabrication machines for ships and vehicles, FPS items or whatever, can pull directly from that cargo grid. So if you're flying around in a Pioneer and you have 1,000 SCU of materials on board in the cargo hold, you're going to be able to craft and pull directly from that cargo grid. Okay. By the way, everyone, don't forget, for anyone just joining the stream, I saw the numbers tick up a little bit here just a minute ago. We are doing St. Jude. Don't forget to get in on that if you want. If you are interested in donating towards St. Jude, a really good campaign here that STARJUMP does every year. You can go to that Tiltify link I just threw down in chat, or you can scan the QR code on your screen. We have a number of raffles courtesy of our good buddy GearCon this year for a $40 donation towards our St. Jude or STARJUMP St. Jude Tiltify link. You can apply that $40 donation to a ticket for a Perseus raffle that will be drawn on April 9th. That is next week on Thursday. We're going to do that Perseus raffle. Okay. All the raffles you see on your screen right now are currently running those. So if you want to donate towards the Merchantman or towards the Polaris or towards multiple ones, you can do that now. Okay. By going to the Tiltify link down in chat or scanning that QR code. Get in on that while you can. Remember, Perseus, the Perseus one is being drawn Thursday next week. We're going to draw it live on stream. So you have from now until Thursday to get in on that Perseus giveaway. Again, a $40 donation to St. Jude. When you go to our Tiltify link, you'll see the Perseus raffle there. Click on that, donate your $40, and you're good, okay? That'll get you a ticket for there. You can get multiple tickets for ships, but again, that's how we're doing it. It's been very successful so far. You all have been incredibly generous. So far this year, this is only our second St. Jude stream, and we're up to $5,620. We may even hit $6,000 tonight, people. I don't know. It's possible. Anything's possible. So thank you very much for your generosity. Don't forget either, I'm doing an Ironclad giveaway. This is not tied to St. Jude. It is free to enter. You don't have to spend any money to get in on this one. This is just as a big thank you to all of you for coming, hanging out. You can go to that Gleam link I just posted down in chat, the one that says Gleam.io. You can enter to win this Ironclad. I'll give this away during Drake Defense Con. Okay, during Drake Defense Con this year, this ship is going flight ready. It is your chance to get a free Ironclad. Tonight, we are also giving away 2 Azrael helmet packs. Okay, we're going to give 2 of these away. If you're over on YouTube, you can leave a comment on the video pinned to the top of chat. It can be hi, hello, how are you? We're going to pull a random comment. If you're over on Twitch, all you got to do is exclamation ticket or exclamation ticket space max to get in on those. Okay, I'm going to give 2 of these away tonight. Okay, so get in on that while you can. Do appreciate it. Okay. Okay. Where was I? Let's go back to crafting. One second, everybody. Okay. Here we go. Additional fabricator types. We've heard about this too before, believe it or not. There's going to be food fabricators to craft items like ration, water, etc. So I wonder if those will be different, completely different fabricators versus the ones we already have. Medical, which will craft med pens, medicine, and drugs. And then construction, which are large hangar-sized space used in base building for crafting spaceships. Now, these are those big fabricator hangars. We've seen these before in images. As a matter of fact, do I have one of those at the ready? Let me see. 1 second. I'm pretty sure I have an image of that. I can show you all. Yeah, it's right here. Stand by, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Okay, here it is. Yes, there it is. These are the different fabricators here. This one is an item fabricator. This is what we have in game now. This one says chemical fabricator. That could be related to resources maybe. It could be like refined fuels and stuff. I don't totally know what that one will be. And then nutrition fabricator, I guess sustenance and stuff like that. The chemical fabricator could be medical. Could be. I would think it would say medical fabricator? I don't know. $40 from Hildegard towards the RSI Perseus. Hildegard, thank you very much. Salute to you for that donation. $40 is amazing. $5,660. Really appreciate it. That is amazing. Thank you very much. And then right here in the background, a lot of people didn't see this, but you can see right there, fabrication hanger medium. This is just the medium one. There'll obviously probably be a large and maybe even a capital. We don't know yet, but you can see the large or the medium fabrication hanger down there. So that wasn't just background fluff back there. You're actually seeing essentially the larger scale fabrication machine. Okay. Moving on to salvage. Construction materials split into the refined materials that vehicles are made out of. Select materials are exclusive to this method. For example, salvaging alien ships to get alien metals. I love that. That will really strengthen the salvage loop and give... And I do feel like the salvage loop is sort of missing some of those special little things. And I do think that will be really nice for salvagers to be like the one conduit to get certain things like that. So if you want those alien metals or those alien resources, you're going to have to go through salvaging, and that'll be great. And again, for those of you in orgs, you're going to be able to tap your friends who are salvagers to go out. Maybe you put in an order for them. This goes into the whole thing I talk about all the time, where I really do hope CIG allows us to put in work orders with our org. Okay, and those work orders can be filled. That would be really cool. Okay. Over on YouTube, got 2 new subscribers. Turn down the AC. And Alexandria Warren, thank you for the follows, or the subscribes, I guess I should say. Thank you very much. But yes, I do hope we get some sort of work order system. We do need something like that. We need to be able to put down what we need and have other people in our org fill that. So I do hope that's a thing. Ryan says, can't wait to see the nefarious types acquire the Slam or Widow recipes. Yeah, see, that'd be cool. And I really hope that happens. Has CIG talked a little bit about, actually scratch that. We'll come back to it. The new refining system. Let's talk about this really quick. I know a lot of people have been thinking about refining gameplay lately. This is something that is on the mind of people. And, I do think CIG is going to talk more about it this year. It says here, for the new refining system, though, future work here says new system creates alloys and composite materials. That's how you're going to get those alloys and composite materials, is through refining process. No longer converting iron ore into iron, but into iron ore primary and carbon secondary. So you're going to get those secondary assets out of it. Quality of the, says here, primary input determines the quality of the refined product. Makes sense. Quality of the secondary determines how much of it is needed. Allow use of things like creature harvestables to creating new materials in a grounded and believable manner. Okay, this goes back into things like Valacar tusks, Copian teeth, and all that kind of stuff. And it says here, add unlockable blueprints required for select exotic materials. Whoa, $105 from Meathead towards the Aegis Hammerhead. Incredible, Meathead. Appreciate that. That's a big donation coming in. Now pushing us to $5,765. Everyone, I think I owe a bean. I'm probably behind the thing, but I think I owe a bean to you all, right? Let's switch back. Let's do a bean. It's time. I delayed enough. It's time for some beanage. I got my Bean Boozle here. There it is. As you all know, when I do Bean Boozle, I have a chance of getting different types of beans that look exactly alike. Some are good flavors. Some are horrible flavors, like wet dog, barf, booger. Okay. I owe y'all some beans. Y'all been kicking ass on the donations. Thank you, Meathead. Appreciate that. And thank you for that 105 donation. Great cause. And F cancer, I do agree with you. Okay. Whoop, we got a bean here. That's it, everybody. There's our bean. That's not a good color either. I can tell you that's not a good color. Let me read what that one is. this. Let me see here. Let me hold it up to the paper. What am I looking at here? This one is either... I think this is either Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks. I do remember trying the Stinky Socks, and it was last year, and it was horrible. Like, horrible, super bad, really, really bad, really terrible. So I really hope it's not that. I hope it's Tutti Frutti. I don't know if I've ever gotten Tutti Frutti, though. And all the times I've gotten this color, I don't think I've ever gotten Tutti Frutti. So this does not bode well for me in any way. Okay, everybody. I'm nervous. We are at $5,765. We're so close to 6,000. I think we'll break 6,000 tonight. I think so. You all are incredible. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm a little nervous because I remember Wet Dog being really bad. Here we go. It's Wet Dog. Oh, God. I don't know how to describe the taste of it. No. That's not Tutti Frutti. That's pretty bad. It's like, oh. I will say, if warm moistness had a flavor, this would be it. Warm moistness. You can almost smell the taste. You can almost smell the taste, if that makes sense. It's the taste affects your entire olfactory system. This is pretty bad. Not as bad as the barf earlier, but pretty bad. It does kind of affect my voice a little bit. Reaper says like the smell of a wet towel that's been moisturizing a bit. Yeah, exactly. GQ says taste is mostly smell. That is true. That is true. I can't even get it down. It's that bad. But I gotta swallow it. Give me a minute here. Sorry. Just taking a minute. I gotta get it down somehow. All right, here we go. Ooh. Man. All right, that was rough. That was rough. All right. Real quick, everyone. I am going to grab something really quick. 1 second. 1 second. Bear with me. Bear with me. A video might play for a second. I'm going to stop it. Just bear with me. Okay. Okay. Just need to see if that worked. Okay. That was rough. But you all have been donating. You all have been kicking ass towards St. Jude. I really appreciate you. Okay. Also, everyone, just want to, since we're here, want to shout out, where's that link? Bear with me. Where is it? 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 Okay, here we go. I want to go ahead and thank everyone again for all the referrals over the past few months. I am at 41, almost to 42 now, which unlocks the Gladius Dunlevy. So many people have been using the referral code. I do appreciate it. Only one away. We'll get there. If you do know anyone who's coming in to play Star Citizen, obviously have them use your referral code first. By all means, make sure they use your referral code first. Okay. But if you don't give a rat's ass about your referral code or don't know, have a friend that wants to use theirs or anything, feel free to use mine. Here it is. Just post it in chat. But remember, use yours first. Okay. Use yours first. I'll get there eventually, but use yours first. Okay. All right. Let's go back over to crafting. So, crafting coming in game, big deal. Okay, we've got our first bit of that in terms of, yes, they did, Ryan. They did change the referral system here on that. Has they cleaned it up a little bit. It's got the new referral ladder, obviously. It's definitely better. The referral system too has a lot of smaller rewards here on your first initial, what is it? 10 to 15, where you get something literally every level, which is kind of nice. And then it starts spacing out as you climb up. But yes, at 42, sort of in honor of Squadron 42, you get the Gladius Dunlevy, which is really cool. And the goal for this channel is that when we hit 50 recruits, we are going to put the MISC Raptor in STARJUMP Fleet Viewer. Okay. So for any of you who want the STARJUMP, or you want the Raptor in Fleet Viewer, this is how it's going to do that. If I don't hit 50, I'm not putting it in Fleet Viewer. I refuse. I will refuse. Okay. No, I'm kidding. You all have been amazing, though. I do appreciate that. Okay. Let's, I do want to call something out. So someone mentioned, is there a good website for blueprints? And my good buddy Art, my show producer, passed this on to me earlier today, and I wanted to show it to you. This is called SC Crafter. I'll give you the web address here. I'll post it down in chat. It shows you, you can search for blueprints, and it has them all listed here too for every bit of armor, every bit of ammo, every bit of weapon. And so you can click on any of them. So L55 or F55 LMG, and it will tell you what is required to manufacture it and how you can get it. So there's a North Rock bounty assignment that apparently rewards it. So there you go. So again, it shows you how to do it. I haven't fully checked this out yet. I want to. It looks like a really, really helpful website. And again, this goes back to that thing that I talk about very frequently about community tools being such a big deal in this, in the Star Citizen ecosphere. Okay, obviously here at StarJump, we make two tools. We make Hangar.link and we make StarJump Fleet Viewer. I would say a big, attention getter for us as a group are those two applications. Shout out Starlet and shout out VMXEO. VM might be in chat. VM, are you still in chat, buddy? I don't know if VM's in chat, but shout out to those two people who are integral, along with myself, for creating StarJump Fleet Viewer. And Hangar.link is almost all Starlet. But StarJump Fleet Viewer is a collaborative project between myself, VMXEO, and Starlet. It could not be done by just one of us. It does require all three of us. It is a lot of work, so thank you very much. Project Gnome 1961 says, I have actually been making a launcher of third-party tools that runs locally on your PC called SC Toolbox. Oh, that's really cool. That's really, really cool. It goes back to that thing regarding tools. They're really, really important to the game. And I think CIG does recognize that. I think they do know that. I've even been contacted, I guess, can I say this? Yeah, I can say this. I've been contacted by CIG about Fleet Viewer type tools that maybe they want to make. They're not committing to that, but maybe they want to make it in the future. So they've asked questions. And I do like that about CIG. They reach out to the community. Some of us tools makers, they ask questions. They ask about what are people enjoying about them and all that kind of stuff. And so you never know. That may turn into official tools down the road, which would be really cool. Someone asking about the website right now. The website is called SC Crafter. I just put the link down in chat there, www.sccrafter.com. Go check it out, favorite it, bookmark it. Really cool if you are one of those people on the hunt for blueprints. Okay. Yep. Hold on one second, everyone. I'll be right back. Let me let you watch this for a second, and I'll be right back. And I turned it off right as the Kraken was about to make its appearance. Sorry, everyone. My beautiful, lovely daughter came home, and I wanted to give her a kiss goodnight as she gets ready for the Easter Bunny to make his appearance tomorrow. She also lost a tooth today, so Tooth Fairy's coming as well. It's going to be a big night. Sorry, Quinn. Yeah, Quinn's like, hey, I was watching that, damn it. It is a cool trailer. It is a cool trailer. Okay. So, yes, back to SC Crafter. Really cool website. Definitely check it out. Really, really cool. I've been just doing a little bit of cursory research on it. I love people that put tools like this together. We heard from, who was it? Project Gnome? Was it you? Yes, Project Gnome is working on a launcher for third-party tools. I love that. There's so many great tools out there, from Urkel to Fleet Yards to Hanger.link, etc. Try to support your local tools makers. If you go to a website like Urkel or anything like that, and you see they have a coffee link there or any way to support them, try to support them. Okay, $1, $2, $5. You'd be shocked at how much work that goes into making these tools function in a game that's constantly changing and updating. And it is a big deal when those people get support. So just shouting that out. IlJ, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate that. Victoria told me to hydrate, so I better do it. Don't want to get in trouble with Victoria. Okay. We got giveaways coming up. Nah, not too long from now. Not too long from now. We're going to get to our giveaways. Don't worry. But in the meantime, we got a great crowd over here. We are going to switch over to the Star Citizen QA crafting and base building. And I wanted to watch a little bit of this. We'll probably do some pausing and all that kind of stuff. If you have a question, feel free to hit me with it. I will answer it. We just had one that come in now. Hudson Hawk says, Mr. Grimm, in many Star Citizen videos, just like this one, we see the ship's crew walking around in regular clothes, not armor. Do you think this is the future of Star Citizen? That's a great question. Juarez, thank you for the posture check. Yeah, it's a great question, and I'll tell you why. It's always been the intention that we are going to have to, well, let me rephrase that. It's always been the intention that we will not be able to wear our heavy armors and all that all the time. As a matter of fact, it's been talked about multiple times about how you're not going to be able to wear heavy armor, for example, when piloting a light fighter. You're going to be able to wear certain flight suits and maybe some light armors. I don't know yet, but there's going to be restrictions on what you can wear, when, and how, and all that kind of good stuff. We see a little bit of that already, right? There's a little bit of that in there. So, for example, if you go to a planet, it's an extremely hostile environment, you need to wear those extreme, environment suits, right? So we've seen a little bit of those limitations. The whole reason we have suit lockers in all these ships, have you ever walked around a ship and wonder, man, why are there so many damn suit lockers? That's the reason, because we're going to have to, one second, everybody. But we're going to have to put the suits in those lockers and wear either regular clothes and or specialty armors for certain situations, with the understanding we're not going to be able to wear everything everywhere. The funny thing is, I'm really hoping that CIG implements this sooner rather than later, because it is going to, I think, really sort of rock everyone's perception of what can be worn and when. I think a lot of people are not going to like it. It's going to be a new restriction that changes how they play. It may be one of the reasons that CIG is holding off on it. We'll have to see. It's definitely coming, though. It's definitely something everyone should be prepared for. Okay. So just something important to know there. Okay. It is something that will need to be prepared for. It definitely is still happening. Definitely still coming. Okay. All right. We're going to watch a little bit of this and we'll pause and stuff. Let me go ahead and get set up. I'm going to need my headphones like this. I know I have two mics on my head. Hopefully that is not bothering anyone. Okay, here we go. Going to switch over. And let's do a little watching of this Q&A. We might jump ahead here.
Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. And if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, lucky you. No, Star Citizen Live is where we take about an hour at the end of our week and invite our developers on to answer questions from you, the Star Citizen viewer.
You're right,
backer,
Ohio Medic.
supporter, player, all that good stuff. On today's show, we have some of my favorite people, the folks behind the crafting and base building systems that were debuted at this year's CitizenCon Crafting Your Home presentation.
Did someone?
So
okay.
without further ado,
okay, here's what I was looking for. Someone did mark it here, so I want to stand by. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the video I was looking for? Oh, no, this is not the video I was looking for. Where is that video? Hold on a minute. Let me look on my other screen here. Radar's just kind of quiet. Yeah, sometimes the audio is a little weird on the YouTube videos. 1 second, everybody. I thought I had this video queued up. Bear with me. Bear with me. Don't tell me I lost it. I hope I didn't hope I didn't lose my link. Sandgroper says Hull B. Is that a question, Sandgroper? Let me know. I'm looking for this video to see if I saved what I was wanted to play and talk about. I may not have, though. Yeah, big shout out to those who do stamps in the comments. That is super helpful. But this isn't the video. This is a crafting video, but not the one I wanted to go over. Okay. Okay, I can't find it. That's okay. We got other stuff we can talk about. Here we go. Okay. Here's what we're going to do, everybody. I have to grab something really quick, and then we're going to talk about, we're going to talk a little bit about some spaceships. Is everyone okay talking a little bit about spaceships? We're going to talk a little bit about Hull B, and we're going to talk a little bit about refueling. Okay. We're going to talk about both of those. Does everyone mind holding off for a minute? What I'm going to do is I'm going to restart the Kraken trailer. I'm going to let you watch it. This time you'll get to see the Kraken, I promise. And I'll be right back. Okay? Is that cool with everyone? Does everyone mind hanging on for a minute? I appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Fuel's a touchy subject. I know, but we're going to get to it. All right, everybody, I'm going to play this video. I got to go grab something real quick for my wife. I'll be right back, and we will talk about some spaceship stuff. Here we go.
Time has come for something new. Something to change the game. When seeking fortunes at the fringes of civilization, you need someone you can trust. In this age of uncertainty, it's time to take back your strength. It's time to release the Kraken. Drake Interplanetary. We got your back.
There it is. Now you get to see your Kraken. Now you get to see your Kraken. All right, everyone. Sorry about that. I did have to grab something, but I am back now. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I had a video saved that I was going to watch. It was just part of a crafting video. I think I had the wrong one confused. I had it up earlier today. I guess I confused myself. So we're not going to watch that. That's okay. We've deep dive crafting. We've gone through it. We went through the crafting guide. Before we move on to ships, though, I will go ahead and say that my experience with crafting has been really good so far. I do like the way this initial deployment of crafting has taken shape. I feel like the UI system, the way certain quality of life stuff like the stacking, the ability to stack not only crafting orders or fabrication orders, but also dismantling orders, has been on a level that usually CIG would have to do 2 or 3 versions to get to. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, Quinn, we finally got to it today, buddy. What I do hope to see from crafting, because it's such a fundamental system for this game, is regular continued work. I've said this about other features that CIG has come out with, where the feature comes out, it's the focus of attention for 3 or 4 months, and then it falls by the wayside and no changes or updates or progression come after that. With this, I do hope we see regular progression. Again, this is the loop that's going to tie all those disparate loops together. It's one of them. And then obviously in the future, it'll be other things tying into this as well, gameplay loops that we don't even have yet, and in the form of research, refining, further salvage mechanics and all that kind of stuff. So it is to me, it is a extremely critical gameplay loop, and one that, again, I hope they put the appropriate amount of focus on moving forward. So that is a big deal. I think with 4.8, hopefully we'll see a little bit of that, 4.9 more, and that will build over the course of the year. These initial fabrication machines, to me, it doesn't seem like too much of a leap. When you think of the underlying tech, it doesn't seem like too much of a leap to go from item fabrication to medical fabrication to sustenance fabrication. It's just a different crafting machine and different inputs with different blueprints. So hopefully the only reason we don't have that stuff is because they just don't have those blueprints in game yet, right? So hopefully that stuff is coming. I think regular updates with that will keep this really high on everyone's sort of, gameplay focus for the foreseeable future. Again, like I said, a lot of posts I've seen from people are specifically people saying, hey, tonight I'm going after XYZ blueprints. Who wants to join me, right? And that's the first time I've seen that in a while. Again, with the events we've gone through past 18 months, we have seen that in form of some of the event rewards, like with the Alliance 8 event or whatever the hell they called it, Lifeline for Levski. People were really going at it because they wanted deliveries, they wanted the paints or whatever, they wanted the items, they wanted the item fabricator. But blueprints are now adding that whole other dimension to this. So again, the big thing for me with crafting is the initial deployment is great, but I really want to see continued development on this. I do not want them to take their foot off the gas with this, because for me, item crafting is just a small peek into what is ultimately the future of the game. circling all the way back to what I told you, I was told like 4 years ago. I was told by a really good source that the future of Star Citizen is blueprints, that the future of Star Citizen is fabrication, crafting. That was kind of the end game. All the way up to space stations, right? All the way up to that level. Because when you think about it, the space station stuff is just that ultra high level of manufacturing, right? So very, very important. And CIG's even referred to the space station stuff as like the end game, right? They've said that as much, right? So it is big, okay? And hopefully it is something that will get that further iteration, that further work done on it and all that kind of good stuff. So let's talk a little bit about, actually, sorry, one second, looking for something. Where is my graphic for that? Yes, because again, let me bring this up really quick. Building this is no different than building an FPS item or a ship or something. This, we're going to have to craft, we're going to have to fabricate the supply bay, okay? The supply bay is what will fabricate our space station, okay? That's how that works. So these are all, the whole sort of crafting mechanic is part of this grander in-game scheme within Star Citizen. So hopefully, again, we just continue to see that further iteration. Gregson says, STARJUMP Grim, in the future, do you feel crafting machines should be linked to a guild certification? Are you only able to have a limited number of certs at one time to create specialized profession for a market economy? It sounds like what you're asking is if crafting machines should be gated to people that get a certain reputation within either, so a certain certification within the guild, so a certain level. The only reason I don't think that will be the case, I think there will be tie-ins to crafting. I don't know what those tie-ins are that will sort of be guild rank limited, maybe access to certain guild blueprints, because I do think we'll be able to have guild blueprints. Maybe those blueprints will be rank limited or certification limited in some way, but I don't think the act of crafting itself, especially for certain specialized goods and stuff, I don't think that's going to be limited by any sort of anything other than the economy and your ability to get the resources and having the blueprint. I mean, from that aspect, CIG seems to almost be building systems in Star Citizen around the idea of a single player path. Even things like Wicklow, where an entire group will go after the Wicklow Polaris, but only one person gets it. Everything seems sort of centered around one person. We hope when we get these org tools, social tools, stuff like that, I'm really hoping we see things tied to org rank or certification, whatever you want to call that, right? I think that would be really cool. And not just blueprints, but ships, services, taxes, guild, org banks, supplies. Hopefully we'll be able to land at these space stations. And if we need to refuel our ship, based on our rank, we'll have a certain level of refueling that the org will sort of automatically provide. We'll have to see. But I think CIG is going to first put that rep behind the in-game guilds, right? So I'm talking more like our player orgs, but I think what you're probably referring to is like the in-game guilds, right? Which I probably, like this here. Do I have that? I think I do have it. Yeah. I think what you're talking about is these in-game guilds like the Council, Academy of Sciences, United Resource Workers. Yes, I think those, some access to blueprints going to be tied to the rep in those orgs, but I don't think, but once you get access to the blueprint, I don't think there's anything that prevents you from crafting the item, just from a systemic standpoint. So access to the blueprint, yes. Access to doing the fabrication using the blueprint, no. I think you're going to be able to do that no matter what. But it's kind of half a dozen to one because, again, you're going to need the certification. You're going to need the rank within those organizations to get the blueprint in the first place. And I guarantee you that's going to be the only way you can get certain blueprints. Right? So, for example, a good example of that would be maybe, let me look here. So maybe Mercenary Guild. Maybe after working your way up the Mercenary Guild to a certain point, you unlock the F7X blueprint to craft the F7X that we all know everyone wants. Okay? That's the only way you'll probably be able to get to that blueprint. But once you do, once you've unlocked that blueprint, you can then craft as many times as you want. Hudson Hawk says, Mr. Grimm, do you think that after crafting things like a space station, we'll have to pay some kind of taxes to keep it from being taken away? Yeah, I think so. It'll probably depend on the system you build it in. I think if you build it in Pyro, I don't think there'll be any taxes you have to pay because it's, PvP lawless zone. I think if you build in Stanton, you're going to have to pay taxes. You're probably going to have to pay taxes based off what region of Stanton your station is in. So if you're over by Hurston or in that quadrant of the system, you're probably going to have to pay taxes to Hurston. Different areas probably will have different tax levels. Different systems are probably going to have different taxing situations based off the security level. Again, we've heard about that, right? We've heard about that security stuff. Whereas just did a posture check. Thank you very much, Whereas. Fat Jamie just subscribed with Prime. Fat Jamie, salute to you. Thank you very much for that. You just sent the javelin behind me. Appreciate that. So yeah, I think there's going to be a degree of that for sure. Any other questions related to blueprints, crafting, any of that stuff? Cindy says, well, without taxes, how are Pyro residents going to pay for good buses for their kids to school? That's a great question. I mean, we know the thing in Pyro 2 is the shield tech for bases. Remember, it's like whoever is like King of the Hill at that time gets shield protection and Pyro for their bases. I assume that means stations as well and not just surface bases. I would assume that means stations. So what you're going to see in Pyro is you're going to see lots of PvP, especially combat or PvP focused orgs out there with stations, presence out there. And they're going to be fighting for control of shield tech to protect their stations. Right? And I think you're going to see other orgs that don't have stations out in Pyro. They're going to work out alliances and deals with those orgs to be able to use their stations as way stations to do mining and salvage and other gameplay loops out in Pyro if their org doesn't have a presence there. At least that's how I think it would work. And hopefully within the station permissions itself, we will be able to give certain permission or access levels to allied orgs. If you remember on those social tools, one of the things we're going to be able to do is we're going to have our org, but we're also going to be allied with other orgs and hostile to other orgs, right? I forget how many allied orgs you can have. Is it 2 or 3? Right? Cal Doom just subscribed for 6 months in a row. Thank you, Cal Doom. So hopefully we're able to adjust the access or permission level for stations when it comes to our allied orgs, so that if you're one of those orgs that's done a lot of work to secure shield tech and you've got your big space station out in Pyro's got a lot of valuable minerals other orgs may want, you'll work out a deal with that org that owns the station in Pyro, and you'll say something like, hey, We're going to use your station as a way station for our ships to fly in and out of, bring cargo and resources to, and then ship it out of your system. We're going to use your station. We may need you to provide some security for us. We're going to give you X number of UEC, and or we're going to give you X number percentage of what we mine or what we salvage or whatever. Or you're going to provide that service for us, and we're going to provide a different service for you. Maybe this other allied org is all about building bases. You know, they have tons of pioneers and stuff. Well, maybe the combat org, which is more combat focused, they can lean on the construction org to, again, maximize each other's fleet focuses, and they can get things built in trade for providing security. I don't know. We'll have to see. Again, hopefully CIG gives us the tools through the org tools to facilitate stuff like that, right? Mythosoran says a question here. Says, question, what system / mechanics do you think we might see to allow for a crafter to have their own store business company? Do you think it will be a non-headache to run your specialized shop without it being in conflict with the organization system, i.e. I am an X-Org, but I would like to have my own Kruger Racing tuning shop on the side and be able to progress in. But I don't think it's going to be a problem at all, because what I think is going to happen, and this is something that CIG has not answered yet, when you build a building, are you able to kind of classify that building as a user-only building, right? So whoever built it, your ownership of it, right? Or can you build a building that is completely under the ownership of the org itself? Okay. And that building then has full access to anyone within the org. Anyone within the org can come to it, utilize that base and its things, right? We don't know yet, but I think it has to be like that. If you're one of those players that says, hey, I want to have my own Kruger Racing tuning shop on the side, then you would create that as you, the sole owner. Now, the tricky thing comes into this idea of, okay, let's say your org is building some giant base on Castra. Okay, big, sprawling surface level base. How do you coordinate as an org in building out that base? Now, I've already told several of you that with STARJUMP Fleet Viewer, one of the things we do want to add at some point when we get to that point is we want to add the ability to do org base planning. So we want to have the base components, top-down view, where you can snap and move things together and plan a layout of your base. That is something we're planning for STARJUMP Fleet Viewer at some point in the future when those things come to game. But we're going to need something where orgs can work together for larger endeavors like that. And when you come in as a single player with your Pioneer or your Starlancer build, and you say, hey, here's my org base, I'm going to build another freight elevator over here. That freight elevator needs to somehow be tagged as org ownership or open access to your entire org. So anyone from the org who comes to that base can access that building and its functions. We haven't heard anything from CIG about that. Rabbit07 says it right there in chat, and I think you're 100% right, Rabbit. Org permission tools will need to be extremely comprehensive. And again, we haven't seen any of that yet. We've heard a little bit about it. But we haven't gotten the full breakdown. I think that's just because CIG's figuring it out. And that's going to be a situation where there is a lot of edge cases, and hopefully, you know, I heard just recently someone say, hey, do you think base building will come in at 1.0? And I'm like, it needs to come in way before 1.0, because there's going to be a lot of weird edge cases and issues that will need to be figured out. And, you know, that stuff needs to get in game sooner rather than later, in my opinion. Sauron has a follow-up question. Do you think that we'll be able to have custom colorways / liveries for the items and ships you craft, like Grimm's Custom or your business and assembly? Yeah, I 100% think we will. Again, CIG's shown us org paints. There's no reason, or org liveries and org color schemes for all that. There's zero reason why there wouldn't be that for player level stuff. 100%. I think that'll be a thing. I think that's a guarantee. How extensive those are, I don't know, because we don't know how extensive the paint system is going to be. One thing I can tell you as someone who's familiar with the 3D files, and again, I don't know if VM is in chat. He might can add to this dialogue, but the way the ships are currently set up, there are limitations to just what you can do with paint. I mean, it's not completely unlimited, right? Most ships have a primary color, a secondary color, and like a tertiary color. And sometimes that tertiary color is, a lot of times it's like black, you know what I mean? But that's, and then, so besides those three sort of colorways, then there are like decal areas. There's specific areas on the ship denoted for decal work. Now, when CIG showed off the org paints, when they showed off the org tools thing or whatever that Star System 1.0 presentation was, I noticed org logos were on ships and buildings, especially the ships, in areas where there is no area to put a decal. So again, I'm really unsure how they're going to do this. I would look to games like racing games where you can paint your own car. I always think of Test Drive. But Test Drive, you could just totally map stuff wherever you want on your cars. I can only assume it's going to be somewhat like that. Again, I'm not 100% sure, but I have to assume. And when we've heard CIG talk many times about, you know, this hard surface paint system, we haven't seen anything about it. John Crew has been nice enough to confirm that it is still the plan to have fully customized paints. I do think CIG is going to go further with it than we think, but I definitely think it's coming. I think you'll be able to do it on the player level for sure. Yeah, I don't think that'll be a problem. Quinn says, this game is going to need a lot of permission systems for so many things in game, orgs, and ship crew, factions, etc. Fairly confident CIG has a good plan for it, but yeah, I would like to start seeing some of it getting into game. Yeah, it's it's not even to get in game so that we have it. It's to get in the game so that we can test it. I mean, how many things have we gotten into the game only to find out there's problems with it? CIG has to sort of fix it or make changes to it, large scale changes. I think that's the situation with us. We need to get it in game so that we can test it properly. But way before we get to a 1.0 state. Way before we get to a 1.0 state. Yeah. Let's see here. Let me look at the real quick here. Let me go over heads up onto some upcoming content real quick. So I will be let me close some of these. So I will be covering a couple things on some upcoming shows. So the next show, which is currently scheduled for tomorrow night, but could be pushed to Monday. I need to check on a few things. So possibly tomorrow night, could be changed to Monday. I will make that decision probably tomorrow during the day. It will be on sort of Drake, the Kraken, the Ironclad. So I'm not going to talk much about those tonight. And one of the things we will look at on on that next show and on the show on Thursday, where we go into the Hull B, is we are going to look at this ship chart, but I am going to bring it up now so we can kind of see what's what. Let me go ahead and bring that up. This is the latest kind of ship chart. I'm not sure who puts these together. Is it Pipeline? I'm not sure. I have my own, but I haven't updated it yet. No, it's not a Drake kit bash yet, but that episode is coming. It is coming. We Are Dead, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So we do have a couple ships moving up here. The first one I want to touch on is the Aegis Hammerhead. Again, it's one of our raffles that is currently going on. If you want to get in on that, make sure you go to the St. Jude Tiltify QR code you see over there, or go to the link I am pasting in chat right now. But you can donate towards the Hammerhead raffle. The cool thing about that raffle is the Hammerhead's getting its gold standard pass. I do think the Hammerhead's going to have some extensive changes beyond just a few gold standardy things. We've seen that's already in the post-flight and downstream teams. So coming up pretty quick, currently labeled as a 4.8 release on the roadmap. My big speculation about the Hammerhead is that if you remember back to last Invictus, so our last Invictus that we had last year, what was sort of the big surprising thing that came? It was the flight blades. Controversial flight blades, okay? They allowed your ship to either go faster or be more maneuverable. Now, controversy aside on that, I don't think they were completely a pay-to-win thing, personally. And the only reason I don't think they were pay-to-win, and I didn't get too upset about them, is that while, yes, for example, one of them did make your ship faster in a straight line, they actually decreased your maneuverability slightly. The maneuverability ones did increase maneuverability, but decreased your overall speed. So to me, I don't call that pay-to-win personally. It's just tuning at that point. Now, even the thing about them being sold for real money, it didn't bother me as much as it bothered a lot of people. And the reason it didn't bother me that much is because, and let me be clear, I do think it's problematic. It's a slippery slope, as Genetonic says. But the reason it didn't make me like crazy furious, I'm burning the game, I'm leaving Star Citizen, the only reason I didn't go that far is because we already have a lot of pay to win in game already. Flight blades were the least of our problems. We have situations now where people have purchased capital ships that to some degree is a pay to win, jump ahead, leap ahead for people that will be starting the 1.0 game and working towards that stuff without paying for it. Okay, just starting from a starter pack. So already built in the game is some of that pay to win. Now CIG gets around that, in my opinion, by making gameplay that is not gatekept by the specific ship you're in, but more about your organization, crew requirements, all that kind of stuff. Okay, but that's going down a tangent, and we don't want to go too far there. But going back to the flight blades here, one of the things that was talked about, and I heard this from someone, we usually has good information, and they said that the next blades we were going to get were going to be AI turret blades. This was something that was talked about with me a few times. This wasn't from a CIG developer though. It was just from someone who's provided very reliable information in the past. Okay. But I was told AI turret blades. We just had 1,000 messages today on Restream chat. That's awesome. The last time we got blades was last Invictus. We're now coming up on another one. It stands to reason that we're going to see the second set of blades come this Invictus. Now, maybe they'll sell them differently so that it's not so controversial. It doesn't leave such a bad taste in people's mouth, but it wouldn't shock me if we get AI turret blades. Now, here's the big kicker. Wouldn't it be interesting if the Hammerhead Gold Standard comes out when turret blades come out, and those turret blades can be used in a Hammerhead? Think about that. Because right now, even with a gold standard Hammerhead, and you know they're going to want to sell that ship, I think you're still going to have a lot of people going, Hammerhead or Perseus. But think about a world where the Hammerhead with turret blades has less of a crew impact. I'm not saying all the turrets can be AI controlled, but maybe CIG switches out the top and the rear turret to remotes instead of manned, and maybe those remotes can be controlled via blade. You know what I mean? Rabbit also mentions there's a limited amount of blade slots. Exactly. Right? I also think the Hammerhead will get PDCs, but that's another story. But regardless, that would really change the discussion on the Hammerhead. Now the Hammerhead becomes something that I think people do consider up against the Perseus, because as the Hammerhead stands right now, I think it's an easy choice on which ship to go with. All right? Most people are going to lean towards the Perseus. And I'm just talking about that 100 to 110 meter combat large ship, which is not many in that category. Hammerhead, Perseus, maybe the Star Lancer TAC, but that's really a step down at the was it 83 meter range? You know what I mean? So again, Hammerhead comes in, 4.8 release gold standard with turret blades. That conversation gets real interesting real quick. So we'll see. I could be wrong. I don't have any big inside information on that or anything. I'm speculating just like you all are. But it would be cool. It'd be cool. Miss Colby, obviously, probably heading down into post-flight downstream teams as we speak, heading for a 4.7.1 release. We know that we're getting the true behind the ships episode for that next week, and we'll cover it. We kind of know it does in fact look like this. I can pretty assuredly tell you this is the hull B right here. Okay, with some of the bullcrap removed. This is an official image of a hull B paint with the hull B collapsed. Okay, and if you uncollapse that, if you open it up, it looks just like this. So I think that is our hull B. I've been pretty vocal in saying I really like the look of the hull B way more than the hull A and even more than the hull C. I like the flatter, wider look. It's slightly less phallic. Ryan Sandgroper says very Star Lancer. I agree. Very Star Lancer-esque. Yep. So if this is the hull B, I am suddenly interested in this ship. And it does make me wonder if I get rid of something, say, like my Raft, some of my other cargo ships, right? So pretty certain on this. Again, this ship trucking really confidently towards that 4.71 release. Again, we'll get the Behind the Ships episode next week. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty confident that CIG will provide one of those as a giveaway. So I am going to do a hull B giveaway. It'll either be courtesy of CIG or courtesy of STARJUMP Grim, whichever works out is how it will be done. But for those of you interested in the hull B, I definitely plan on doing a giveaway on that for next Thursday. So again, not only are we going to do the Perseus raffle, we're going to start our hull B giveaway. Ryan says, did they change the folding tech? Yes, I believe they did. The whole folding tech, I think, is going to be different from what I've sort of surmised. Yeah. So, going back to this, Drake Ironclad and Ironclad Assault. Again, not going to go far into the Drake stuff. There's a lot of stuff Drake I'm going to talk about next stream. Specifically in regards to, the, DefenseCon, which there is something, 1 second, everybody. Let me see if I can find it. Let me grab it real quick here. Where did I put that? I had it. Yes, let me pull this up. Specifically in regards to DefenseCon, I mean, it's looking very much like DefenseCon is going to be a very substantial event. Current leaks seem to indicate May 14th to May 27th is DefenseCon. So there may be a shift in messaging this year from this being more of an Invictus show to being more of a DefenseCon show. Reason being, Ironclad and Ironclad Assault. Right? So it does look like the messaging here is changing. Cosmic, sorry about that, buddy. So you can expect that Drake Ironclad Assault Command Module coming. That'll definitely be a Defense Con thing. So you could probably go ahead and label that as 4.8 because the 4.8 is going to be that Invictus patch cycle. Great Kite UTV also labeled for 4.7.1. Be a nice little LTI token probably for those of you interested in it. I hope the Grey Cat UTV is something that is used in racing. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. I'd love that. Backing up here, obviously the Kraken. Again, we'll go more into that during the Drake stream, either tomorrow or Monday. But the Kraken looking really, really good. You know, we're going to do some measurements next stream with this image here. We're going to do some measurements to do some size qualifications. Why? Because there is something very interesting about this image that can give us some very important information. You see 4 landing gears here in a row. Now there are more landing gears behind it, but these 4 landing gears specifically in this arrangement here relate specifically back to 4 landing gears that are on the Kraken's front half. And by bringing the Kraken model in, aligning its landing gears with this image, using these people standing right next to the landing gears along with the hull, I think we're going to be able to do a verification on ship scale. A lot of people have been asking, is the Kraken growing? I still don't think it is. I really think they're going to stick to around that 270 meter mark. But based off this information, I think we're going to be able to get a really good idea of where the Kraken is sitting in terms of scale. Okay, but we're going to math it out. Don't worry. We'll get there. There's this Hammerhead mystery vehicle, the one that was in concept and is now going towards white box. I don't know what to make of this one. A lot of people keep saying that it's a Hammerhead variant. I think it's interesting they said Hammerhead related. I think that is a very interesting use of words there, and it actually leads me to believe that maybe Closet Monkey, thank you for the follow. Weird Dead Man, appreciate the follow too. The word related to me feels like it is an Aegis ship that uses the Aegis large ship kit. So this would be a new Aegis ship that uses the same kit that the Hammerhead uses, that the Idris uses, that the Javelin uses. That's what I'm thinking. Now, if it is a Hammerhead variant, here's my only issue with that. The stuff that I've heard for a Hammerhead variant has been mostly related to armament. And if that's the case, like I've heard, oh, maybe it's got beam weapons on the ends, or maybe it's got the middle section filled in and that's a torpedo launcher or something. If that's the case, I would be very, very disappointed, because I would rather that be a weapon kit for the Hammerhead, right? Just like they've done with the Idris, etc. I wouldn't want that to be a new ship. Now, if it's like what General Rendar's saying, if it's just a new Aegis gunboat, maybe something to compete. Maybe it's a Hammerhead that's built around competing with the Perseus, so it's just got fewer number of guns, but bigger guns. That's interesting. That's interesting. I think people would be maybe a little disappointed that that's not an Anvil thing, right? Super Shoe said, Jared said it was a shark with a freaking laser beam on it. Yeah. Here's the thing. Everything I can think of in terms of its variant, like what it would do as a variant, is not exciting to me. It would be stuff that I would just want them to plug into a Hammerhead as a kit. What I'm hoping, honestly, is that, again, it's, oops, I just went off the folder I needed. What I'm hoping it is, honestly, is a new ship. However, there is one ship, and I brought this up before, there is one ship that utilizes the large Aegis kit, right? So the same internal kit elements as the Hammerhead, the Javelin, the Idris and stuff, albeit slightly updated. There is one ship, obviously the Nautilus, right? I'm not saying this is the Nautilus. I know that is a leap. I do know that is a leap. And the Nautilus would be almost just as weird for them to be working on and call it Hammerhead related. The funny thing, though, is that I do look, the Nautilus is sort of in the same size regime as the Hammerhead, and I kind of look at it as like the other side of that coin, where the Hammerhead is more offensive against small, medium, large fighters. Thorn says, Grim, do not forget the A. What's the A? Remind me, Thorn. Where the Hammerhead is more offensive in nature for that. Oh, the Reclaimer. Oh, yeah. True, but I don't look at the Hammer. I think that would be especially weird if they said Hammerhead related and it was the Reclaimer. But it could be. I would be equally excited by that, actually. As someone who owns a Reclaimer, I would be very excited by that. But again, it could in fact be the Nautilus. Because again, Cosmodon, thank you for the follow. Because again, while the Hammerhead is, sorry, I was trying to finish this sentence. While the Hammerhead is offensive in nature for small, medium ships, the Nautilus is really made to be the opposite side of that coin in that it's defensive in nature. It's the defensive version of the Hammerhead. It puts out mines. It puts out sentries. Size 5 mines currently, I think that will be adjusted. And sentries that are meant to engage small and medium ships. You know what I mean? So again, Bring the Boom, I'm having a great day. Thank you very much. So again, I do think that the Nautilus, weirdly, and I'm not saying that's what this is in development, but you see the Nautilus on your screen here. This is the concept mesh. I do think the Nautilus is kind of Hammerhead related. It's the defensive version of the Hammerhead. Now, MT Stunner says, in my opinion, related only means Aegis brand. I don't think it has to be size related. So possibly, the one thing about that would be the one way in that it is related to the Hammerhead would be, and it's, let's say it's a ship that's not a variant of the Hammerhead, but it's Hammerhead related, I think almost means it has to have an interior large enough to use the Hammerhead kit, the Aegis kit. Right? The only ship that is known, so not a new ship, the only ship that is known that is big enough to have an interior that's not already either in the game or known about is the Nautilus. And I only say in the game because the Javelin's not in the game yet, but it is a done deal thing, right? But again, I do consider the Nautilus Hammerhead related. Just one of them's defensive in nature, one of them's offensive in nature. I'm a big Nautilus fan as well, so again, I do hope that this is a ship we're going to see soon. I really do. And again, if it's not, then what could it be? What are all in chat? What do you all think would be a Hammerhead variant? Let's just assume, shits and giggles for a minute, that it is a Hammerhead variant. What would you, what kind of Hammerhead variant could you even see? Rabbit says Perseus competitor. Okay. James Mick35 beam laser version. Thorn says mining Hammerhead, salvage Hammerhead, so an industrial Hammerhead. It's interesting. It wouldn't make much sense since they have the Reclaimer, but I hear what you're saying. Socially Confused says hammerhead-sized ship with spinal-mounted weapons. Okay. So a bit like a Perseus in that regard. Hospital ship would be cool. Missile turrets. I mean, it would be rather weird for a ship like the Hammerhead to be converted into a medical ship or something like that. And then for some of you that are saying things like, for example, beam weapon version, would you want a beam weapon variant, or would you want the ability just to put beam weapons on the current Hammerhead? That's my kind of question to you. You know what I mean? I, for one, would want the ability to put the beam weapons on the existing Hammerhead. That's what I would want. All right. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. The Nautilus, for those that don't know, is in my fleet. I do have the Solstice edition, which is pretty cool. It's one of my most look forward to ships. I'd actually put it in number 3. Number 3. 4. I put it as number 4. My most look forward to ships are number 4 is the Nautilus. Number 3 is the Ironclad. Number 3 is the Ironclad. Number 2 is the Pioneer. And number 1 is the Kraken, obviously. But that's kind of my four top, like, most look forward to ships. Right? $50 donation from Rhino 457. Rhino, longtime STARJUMP supporter. Rhino, thank you very much for that donation. We're now up to $5,875. Everyone, we're $125 away from $6,000. Can you believe that? $125 away from the $6,000 mark on stream number 2. That is downright stupid. That is getting crazy. Rhino 457, salute to you, buddy. We've had, by the way, some incredible donations tonight. Okay? Ton of donations towards the Mercury Avenger. I'm going to have to tell Gear about that. We've had a ton of donations toward the Mercury raffle, which is crazy. When we were first sort of figuring out what would be coming when, it was kind of funny because we figured that would be the least popular one, but turns out people are excited for that. That is really cool. We've had some good amount of middle ground donations, nice big round numbers. We've had a couple people drop big dollars in there too. But remember the important thing here, every dollar counts. Every dollar is important. Okay? Every single dollar is important, so we do really appreciate it. Okay? Again, this money going towards sick kids and their families' kids battling cancer. Their families pay nothing when they're treated at St. Jude. St. Jude covers all the costs. Diego, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, buddy. But their parents pay nothing. The money that you're donating tonight, by the way, goes straight to St. Jude. Does not come to STARJUMP in any way. You can see on the scroll up there some of the people that have donated. Make sure you give them an 07. We've had some incredible donations tonight. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, sincerely. Oh my, see, this is the problem with you all. You get crazy. We just had a $184 donation from Anonymous. Didn't even want their name out there. $184 donation from Anonymous. That's incredible. That puts us up to My progress bar backtracked. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's very annoying. very, very annoying. But that did get us past the $6,000 mark. We're now at $6,059 raised for tonight. That is insanity. That's crazy. I'm going to give you all a double salute here. You know what we got to do? We got to do some beans. We got to do some beans. Anonymous, whoever you are, thank you for that donation. Rhino, thank you for that donation. Everyone else tonight who's donated, absolutely incredible. A lot of good-hearted people here. All right, we're going to do a bean boozled. A bean boozled, there it is. Here we go. By the way, everyone, when we eventually get to our $7,500 mark, I'm going to do a Fix My Fleet episode with Algrid and Execute. They will be allowed to deconstruct my fleet, but we know that whatever criticism they give me will be completely wrong because it's grim. Obviously, my fleet has built to perfection. Okay, let's go ahead and do a bean boozle here, people. See what we get. All right. Oh God, here. Oh, I gotta hold it up here. All right. Fire Santa double. I'll probably do two. I'll probably do two because you guys came out swinging tonight, got us over the $6,000 mark, which is absolutely insane. Okay, absolutely insane. Here it is. Let me look in the little book here and see what we're dealing with. Let me switch back to the old full screen. All right, double bean shot. Oh, you're saying two at one time, which doubles my chance of it being disgusting. Okay, we can do that. I'm going to do that for you all because you came in and got us over the $6,000 mark. So this one here is either, let me look. This one I think either top banana or wet dog. So there's one. Let me get, I'm going to do another beam. We're going to double deuce it here. I don't know why I'm letting y'all direct me into doing this. This is not going to be good for me. There we go. Here's the next bean. Completely different flavor profile, I'm sure. Okay, so let me hold both of these up. Here's our two beans. So this one is either old granite or pomegranate. Or old granite. I can't even talk tonight. Old bandage or pomegranate. So the best case scenario, I could get top banana. I think that's banana. What color is that? What color am I looking at? Tell me in chat. I'm slightly colorblind with certain colors. Orange. Oh, God. That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay. So obviously there's sort of three scenarios that could happen here. We could get both good. Gold tooth yellow. I think it's top banana or wet dog. And the other one is old bandage or pomegranate. So what's essentially going to happen here is either both of them are going to be good and it's going to be okay. It's not going to taste good. We know that. It's just not. But either it's going to be okay and we'll eat both of them and both of them will turn out good. Or one will be good, one will be bad, and that's just still going to be bad. We know that. The bad is going to overpower any of the good. Or maybe my luck will finally give up. Well, actually, I've had a lot of bad luck tonight. Or both of them are bad, and it's going to be horrific. Okay? So we're going to go for it. We're going to do it. I'm a little nervous. But I'm going to do it for you all because you got us to $6,059, which is really good. We might be at the top of the charts. I don't know. We'll look here in a second. Here I go. I got both bad. This is definitely both bad. Oh, God. No. I can taste wet dog. And I can taste old bandage. They're coming together in a bad way. It's a real bad way. I don't like it. Oh my God, it's hard to even swallow. It's building up a lot of saliva because the taste is so bad, and it's hard to swallow it. It is really, it's really hard to swallow it. Oh God. I can't even chew it. I literally can't even chew it. It's that bad. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, let me get through this. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. This is bad. Someone said whiskey time. Yes, I'm going to have to, I need to get my drink here. This is my drink. It's a little bit of alcohol. It's like rum tonight. It's not good. Nope, it's not good either. It doesn't make it any better. It's not any better, people. It's not any better. I'm going to bring this over real quick. This is the St. Jude Play Live current raised amounts. I just want to point something out here, people. We're at the top. Overall fundraisers. We're killing it. This is how we do it. You know how we do it. Oh my God, this is disgusting. This is disgusting. You know what? I kind of thought if I ate two, it would kind of cancel each other out. But it doesn't. It's real bad. It's real bad. I kind of losing my train of thought here. Let me drink again here. Sorry, everyone. All right. That was kind of horrible. That was kind of bad, but we're alive. We did it. We got $10 more from Anonymous. New toy for the hospital play areas. Anonymous, thank you very much. Oh, I didn't even pull this up, actually. Here we go. This is what I meant to pull up a minute ago. This is St. Jude Play Live leaderboards. Want to come on down here. Top overall fundraisers. STARJUMP. Incredible. Top fundraisers this week. STARJUMP. Also incredible. Top team fundraisers. Pink Hat Squad, which STARJUMP is on. Currently in the lead. Currently in the lead, everyone. We're pushing hard, trying to raise money for this charity. And we're doing a good job. And it is all because of you all. So if you're in chat right now, I've said this a few times. I know Radar is saying cheers, Grim. But I want you to all do is cheers yourself. Cheers yourself. We're about to do a giveaway, by the way, in about 10 seconds. 30 seconds. About a minute. We're going to do a giveaway in about a minute. But everyone in chat, make sure you give yourselves a giant, huge, ridiculous 07 because you deserve it. This is all from you all. It's not from me. It's not from me at all. This is all you. Appreciate you. Quinn says, how is your knee, Grim? My knee's good. It's getting much better. I still can't really do stairs, but almost everything else I can do pretty well. Pretty well. Hudson Ox says, Mr. Grimm. I love the Mr. Grimm. Says, Mr. Grimm, do you think we'll be able to carry fuel instead of cargo and use it for self-refueling? We'll be able to carry fuel for sure. Fuel tanks have been confirmed, but I don't think we're going to be able to pull it from the actual cargo grid. I don't think that's going to be a thing. I think you do sort of have to be tied into a receptacle for that. I do think you need to be tied into a receptacle for that. Yeah. Going back to our sheet here. And I'm going to do a giveaway for, actually, I'm going to do a giveaway here in just a second for this, everybody. Okay. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and pull up. Let's pull up what we need to do that. You all want to do the helmet giveaways? Should we get to that? Let's do that. I think we should do it. By the way, we're kicking ass on our follower goals real quick. I just want to call that out. Over on Twitch, we are up to 8,168 followers. Thank you for the follow, Sylvason. Appreciate that. So 8,168 followers. And on YouTube, we're climbing that ladder finally. 16,800 subscribers. I do appreciate the support, everyone. Okay, let's go ahead and do this giveaway. Let me pull up what we're going to need to do it. First thing we got to do is pull up the random YouTube comment picker. Let's see. Let me find it. My link is gone for that. Where's Comment Shark? There it is. Let me bring this over here. I'm going to bring it up here, and then obviously Stream Elements as well. Okay, bring both of those up again. Cool thing about this one tonight is that both winners, usually I take a winner from each. I put you both in the random wheel of names and I spin it. Whoever wins in the random wheel of names gets the prize. Tonight, I'm going to give you both the prize. Okay, I'm going to give you both the prize. So here's how we're going to do that. First thing we're going to do is grab the video that those of you on YouTube were told to leave a comment in. I'm going to give you a little bit longer to do it. Make sure you go to the link pinned to the top of the chat or the link that I just posted. Leave a comment on my new player guide video. You have about 60 seconds to do it, okay? It's got to be fast. Leave a comment on there. Hi, hello, how are you, whatever. I'm going to pull a random comment. The way I'm going to do that, and you should do that right now, by the way, because you only got about 60 seconds. The way I do that is I use random comment picker, and I enter the time that we started the stream. So tonight we started at 7 p.m., Actually, we started a little earlier than that. We started at about 6:51. 6:51. Okay, so we plug that in, and now it's going to pull any comment left after that date. Okay, so you get about another 30 seconds to get in on that, and we'll do a random YouTube comment. Now, over on the Stream Elements side, we have 120 entrants, 1,146 tickets purchased. So do appreciate that. So I'm going to give you just another few minutes or another couple seconds to get your ticket purchased. And while you're doing that, I'm going to tell you all a really cool little tidbit of information. Now, remember, on May 30 or during DefenseCon, actually, I'm going to move it up to May 27th. On May 27th, I am going to be doing my Drake Ironclad giveaway. Okay, told you all about it multiple times. Drake Ironclad giveaway. Now, here's the cool thing. Here's the cool thing. Next stream, and it's either tomorrow or Monday. I don't know. I'll update the calendar. Currently, it's scheduled for tomorrow night at 6 p.m., but it might be pushed to Monday at 6 p.m. Okay. Those of you that can make that Drake stream will get 5 additional tickets just on the house for this Ironclad giveaway. Okay. And Quinn's right. You have to name your ship the Dairon. Okay. So a little tidbit there. All right. Hopefully, if you're on YouTube, you got your random comment in. We're going to go ahead and pull a random thing. Now, let me tell you how this works. If you win and you're over on YouTube, you have to contact me through Discord. StarJump_Grim. I will verify you, and then I'll get your email and send you the helmet pack. Okay. So if you're over on YouTube, one more time, you have to get in contact with me via Discord. If you do, or if you don't, you have 3 days to get a hold of me. Otherwise, I'm going to give it, I'll re-auction or redo a new random comment picking drawing. Okay, so you have 3 days to get a hold of me from the time of this stream. All right, going to pick the random YouTube comment in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, ran up. There it is. Vioblight says giveaways are cool. Let me screenshot that. Vioblight, congratulations. You just won an Azrael helmet pack. If you're in chat, say hello. You don't have to be in chat. You can watch the VOD for this, but VioBlight, if you're in chat, say hello. Congratulations. Good going. Congratulations. And by the way, everyone, sorry for the Restream post, but I use Restream to send chats back and forth to all the chat channels so everyone can see what is being said, okay? Hopefully that does not bother people. It just kind of is what it is. Restream doesn't give you a lot of options for figuring that out. Quinn says rigged. Maybe. Maybe so. Might be rigged. Could be. Could be rigged. Anything is possible. Could indeed be rigged. All right. Okay. Here we go. Our display info says grats. I agreed. Okay, here we go. We're going to switch over to, and remember, let me go back to that. Remember, VioBlight, you have to get in contact with me via Discord. Discord. StarJump_Grim. Not to be confused with Grim_StarJump. It's StarJump_Grim. Okay. Hugo says if he wins the Ironclad, he's naming it the Dyron. I get it. I like it. Or the Dyron. Okay. Got it. Dyron. Okay. That's hard to say. All right. Now back over to Stream Elements. This is for all my Twitch people. Hopefully you got in on this. I'm going to be closing the giveaway in about 10 seconds. Okay. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, we're closing the giveaway. Good luck. Giveaway is closed. We're drawing a winner. This is for another Azrael helmet pack. Good luck. Okay, winner's drawn. Ruger Blood Moon. Ruger Blood Moon. We know him. We love him. Congratulations, Ruger. Ruger Blood Moon, you're in chat. I know you're in chat. There he is. Ruger, I'm going to send you a whisper, and that whisper is going to say, congrats. Just throw your email in there. I'll probably send it out to you tomorrow, okay? Or later. It might be later tonight, but more likely tomorrow. So I just need your email. Congratulations on that. Hopefully you all enjoyed that. That's for the Azrael helmet pack. It's this one right here. It's really cool. It actually looks really cool in game, so I think you will like it. Okay. All right. Let's go back and finish our discussion on these ships here. We did our giveaway. Some of you may have been waiting for that and now want to leave. I don't know. Hopefully not. Hang out a little bit longer. Okay. Let's keep going here. I'm getting a window straightened out here. Stand by. Oh, Sandgroper did clip it. Actually, hold on a minute. Let's see what this says. Let's, okay, you clipped the nasty one. Good. I'm glad you did. Okay, let's go along with our ships here again. We talked about the Hammerhead. The next one here, obviously, the Gatak, or the Gatak, however you want to say it. I say Gatak. Gatak Raylan being scheduled for that June release. Obviously, we got the sneak peek image. People were excited about it. It's this image right here. For those that don't know, we are seeing the ship from the rear here. This is one of the... There's these little areas on the port and starboard side of the ship that kind of stick out to the rear of the manned turrets that come out. Escape Paper, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. You can see that manned turret sticking out right over here. This big circular piece here is what the turret pushes in or like collapses into, and also can come out. But you get a little bit of hint here of the texture set being used for this. Ryan asks if that's marble. Yeah, it's kind of that stone texture that we saw with the Sulin. The Sulin had a bit of that stone texture as well, obviously mixed with some of these sort of almost rose gold elements, some like dark maroons and stuff in there. It's, you know, the stone texture is one that I think is a bit controversial. I have heard some people say they don't like it. Some people say they do. I Didn't like it on the Sulin, and I think that had a lot to do with the Sulin's size. It's such a small little ship that when you start putting those stone textures on it, it starts looking kind of weird because, again, it's such a small ship. So you're putting really heavy textures on a really small ship, so it's kind of strange. I do think it will be more successful on the Raylan, though. And the reason I think it'll be more successful on the Raylan is that the Raylan is a much bigger ship, right? Much bigger ship. And I think it can support the heavier textured look better than, something like the Sulin at this point. So just something to note. If you didn't love it on the Sulin, hold judgment. It might look good on the Raylan, And we still have that other paint, which is the, what's it called? The Hyotin paint, which in the images that CIG has showed off, the Hyotin paint is more like glossy with some transparent elements. So hopefully that special paint is something they do bring into the ship when it goes flight ready. And it is a slight departure from the stone look. We'll have to see, though. But I don't know. I'm really excited by this image. I'm a big Raylan fan. Yeah, I'm very excited for it. As a matter of fact, if I go back to, let me find it here. Let me see here. Let me find it here real quick. Is it? Which one is it? It's this one here. Let me turn off the audio. Theater mode. Let me bring this over. If you remember back from this video here where they talked about the Raylan, they did kind of go in depth on some of the early concept work on it. I've covered this before. I'll definitely be doing a Raylan-based episode as we get closer to Alien Week. It's going to be nice to actually have a ship released during Alien Week this year instead of, the usual, which is we never get a flight-ready ship. But I've always loved a lot of the looks of these Raylan concepts. I actually still think we're getting another Gattac ship. I don't know if it'll be before Alien Week. I think it could be later this year, but I do think we're getting another Gattac ship. And again, we can see some of the development of the Raylan here. Now, one thing I do think that has happened, let me go back to this video here. Did we get the Prowler utility last year for Alien Week? Did we get the utility? We might have. You might be right, Quinn. I could be wrong on that. Let me go ahead here. So one thing I do think that the new Raylan possibly has, I'm not 100% sure, but in the Raylan model we got in the Holo Viewer last IAE, these thrusters were removed. These sort of thrusters that stick out on these little arms. There's part of me that thinks that those might be removed and the thrusters are now integrated into these large nacelles, which makes it a little simpler, not so gangly and uncontrolled, because I do wonder if your thrusters are on these little arms, those get shot off. Is the Raylan just dead in the water? It makes a lot more sense for the Raylan's thrusters to be integrated directly into these nacelles, and that's what I do think that's what's happening. Just so everyone's clear. I do think that's what's happening. Moving along here. This, by the way, is I believe this is that Hyotin paint. This is the concierge livery that was sold. One thing I can tell you about this paint, based off looking at the actual Holo model files, I'm speculating here a little bit, but what it does look like is this glossy texture here on the nacelles is actually semi-transparent, and these lines here that you see, these like white lines, they actually emit light and are right underneath the transparent layer. You know what I mean? Right underneath the transparent layer. Citizen Ninja says there's a new Holo model of the Raylan. Yeah, that's the one I'm referring to. That's what I have, and those thrusters do look like they're integrated into the nacelles. So yeah, I believe this nacelle texture here is more translucent, with the white being like a glowing thing. If that is the case, that is going to be an insanely crazy texture paint for this ship. Like crazy, crazy. I'm glad I own it. Hit play here though. It's been a while since I watched this. Talk about the concepting of the ship here. Some early geometry work. Again, we don't know how that cargo is going to be contained. Complex transforms. Again, that was something mentioned in the PU monthly report, is that they were working on a ship that had some complex transforms in it. When I think about all the different manufacturers, there's only one that comes to mind as being a manufacturer that does a lot of really complex transforms, and that is Gattac. So that is what sort of leads me to believe we're getting another Gattac ship. It makes sense too. They're working on Gattac. It would make sense that we're getting another Gattac ship, maybe smaller, maybe bigger, who knows? But previously there were other manufacturers that did more complex transformations. Misk a little bit. Originally, Consolidated Outland with the Pioneer was going to have some extremely complicated transforms. But really, we're only kind of left with Gattac. And a little bit like Asperia. A little bit Asperia. There's some sort of complex transforms. Drake, to some degree, has transforms. But only Gattac does the really complex stuff from what we've seen in concept work and stuff so far. Xi'an, yeah, I would say, Rabbit, you're right, yeah. I would put Xi'an as complex, or more complex than something like Drake. I still wouldn't say it's complex as Gattac, right? But yeah, maybe you're right. It could be something like the Santaki Eyes Big Brother. It's that barf bean I ate earlier. It's not settling well. Could be something like that. Oh, Gattac is Xi'an. Okay, I was thinking, you know what else? I'm sorry, I was thinking of Poa. Is a Poa Xi'an as well? I'm not the biggest alien ship fan, so I don't know all the background on that. Yeah, is a Poa Xi'an? A Poa is human alien ships. Cosmic Troll says yes. Bring the Boom says they said in the video that the cargo boxes will be the same unit sizes, etc. 1 SCU, 2 SCU, up to 16 SCU, and will be square. So it's interesting to see how it works in triangles. Yeah. They do show some interior concept model work that was done on this ship. Coming up, Paul Jones, actually. Moving back to Manchester, Paul Jones is. He was interviewed on StarJump in the past. You can see how people get up in the ship here with a sort of Gravlev, kind of Gravtech, Xi'an tech. I have a cutaway of the ship here, obviously. This up here looks to be the bridge area. You come down. Components, they showed us back here. This would be components. Going back into these spaces again. I forget what all these spaces are. Really interesting layout to this ship. I know it's got an elevator right here, I believe, that traverses all the floors, like a center elevator. It's been a while since I watched this video. You can see that center elevator here again. I love the interior look of these early concept meshes. I really hope they keep with this. Sergeant Tasty Wheat says, Sergeant Graham, I talked with Tomato about this, but the first question in the Q&A is that it uses normal square SCU boxes. The triangles are just a covering. Yeah, I remember that. Hopefully they retain a little bit of that sort of triangle design language, you know. You can see some of those animations now. So again, some of those complex transforms. The elevator, again, moving through the interior center of the ship. Really cool. This is some of the habitation, living space area. You know what? I almost want to, let me back this up a little bit. I almost want to listen to this. Do you mind if I turn the audio on? Because I forget some of the details about this ship.
Very different experience of like transitioning up through the floors, and the floors will also transform to sort of enable you to get through easily. So then when you're in the habitation section, you've got access to beds and lockers. You can go left and right to the turrets and escape pods. And then you've got the dual race kitchen and bathroom section, and then sort of like a communal eating area. And then from there up, basically it takes you into a more technical section.
So coming up the elevator.
You can either go to a docking, which is at the rear of the ship, and then you've also got a good portion of components in like the sort of quite technically themed area of the ship. And then you transition through there towards the bridge. And again, in there is...
I love the doors.
We were looking at a way of being able to access components in a non-standard way. So the big stuff we've kept quite traditional, because it makes sense, they're just there. But the smaller stuff, it's kind of like a component delivery system. So you choose which component you want to access. It's delivered to you. You can change out whatever it is you need to change, and then it's taken back off you and absorbed back into the ship. Then you just transition into the bridge, open bridge, and then, like I mentioned, the captain and the co-pilot at the front.
Thank you, Battle Gnome. Appreciate it. Escape paper. Appreciate
like,
it.
Floating, almost like UFO style seats. So I think there's plenty of great opportunity in there in terms of animation and what we can do with what's spinning, what's moving, what's reconfiguring. So I think the ship team is going to have a lot of fun with that.
So what does the Raylan add to Star Citizen as a whole? It really increases the diversity of spaceships, especially alien ones, because they are entire races of creatures.
You can see here, that is that, going back to, actually, let me pull it back up here. Again, you can see this piece here, kind of looks like a plate with the turret sticking out. That is what you're seeing right here. There's that plate piece with the turret sticking out. That is exactly what you're seeing there. New type of turret on this one. We haven't seen this type of design language yet. So it'll be interesting to see how this is translated to the Raylan. It kind of has look and feel a bit to like the Santaki Eye and stuff like that. But again, it is unique. It is unique. I'm excited to see it. I do like the shape language here. You know, I'm not big on alien ships in general. They're just not really for me. I'm more like the more rugged human stuff. But out of all the alien ships, this is the only one I'm really, really excited for. Really, really excited for this ship. So yeah, Raylan coming along really nicely. We don't have long to wait for this one either. So yeah, if you're a Raylan fan, June is it. Again, some mystery vehicles. No need to go too much into that. Obviously, Aurora Mark II came out. You know, I'll get to the Galaxy in just a second, but two ships we really haven't heard a lot about in quite a while. One is easy, the Liberator. I think people kind of went a little crazy on the Liberator news that it was coming out. They never said the Liberator was going into active production. They said it was going into pre-production. They've had plenty of ships go into pre-production before and not kick off fully into production. So I do think it's possible. Okay, it's possible it will go into pre-production, or sorry, go into full-on production. But I don't think that's guaranteed. I don't think that's guaranteed yet. I think that they're doing is taking a good hard look at the Liberator, figuring out what needs to change from the concept to bring it up to current standard, all that kind of good stuff, right? But, you know, We'll see. We'll see. The next one's the Pioneer. Now, the Pioneer is definitely a ship that let me back up here. Pioneer, obviously a ship I've talked a lot about in the past. We'll see if it loads here. I don't know why it's not wanting to load. Okay, now it really doesn't want to load. I broke it. We'll see if it loads in a second. Pioneer, obviously a ship I've talked a lot about. It, I think, is going to, and it just disappeared on me. That's interesting. Now here it goes. The reason I don't think we've heard a lot about the Pioneer, and I've said this before, first off, I've heard some crazy estimates on the Pioneer being released. Like I've heard into this year, which is insane. It's never going to happen. I've heard, I don't even think this is a next year ship, just so everyone knows. And here's a funny thing. I never thought it was a 2027 ship either. I kind of think this is a 2028 ship. I really do. First off, John Crew was pretty open that this ship was not coming with base building. We don't even have base building yet. Okay. I think the soonest we'll get base building is probably later this year, like end of year. Okay. Actually, General Rendar, I think this is not a 1.0 ship. I think we are going to get this before we ever get to 1.0. But what I think is next year, so this year it's going to be Galaxy. That's going to be the big end of year ship. Okay. The RSI Galaxy. I think next year is going to be all about the Kraken. Okay. All about the Kraken. And probably one other big ship, maybe the Liberator, something like that. I think for 2027, or sorry, 2028, if I had to guess, 2028, I would chalk up to the Pioneer and the Banu Merchantman. Those are the two ships that I think will hit in 2028. Take that as it is. That might disappoint some of you, but based off their progress, based off where they're at sort of in the pipeline, I do think the Merchantman and Pioneer are more on track for 2028. With the Pioneer, it's simply a prerequisite standpoint, a thing. It's the Pioneer requires a lot of prerequisite things that are just not in game yet. Okay. Resource extracting landing gears, fabrication hangar, drones being a big one. So again, I think it's a little bit off. The Banu Merchantman, the last we heard about that is that the Banu Merchantman would maybe go into pre-production at the end of this year, pre-production. The one thing about the Banu Merchantman, though, is that I do think if it goes into pre-production into this year, it'll be in development and reconcepting through next year, through 2027, which puts that at a 2028 release at the soonest. Okay? Now, Beg for Mercy says Pioneer 2027 safe bet. Could be, but I would say this. If it's a 2027 safe bet ship, then it does need to start getting serious progress made to it. I would say by like August. Because the last we heard about this ship, the last we heard about the Pioneer was that some of its interior spaces were actually going back to the concept teams because they need to be reworked. And then we're waiting on those other systems, right? Now, if the Kraken wasn't in development, if the Galaxy wasn't in development, if the Liberator wasn't in pre-production, I would maybe say, oh, okay, sure. Yeah, maybe we're going to get the Pioneer next year. The issue there is that we already have so many big ships in development. I just don't, at some point, I think they start hitting a limit. What I think is happening with the Pioneer is that it's just there's always like two artists on it, maybe three, and they're just always sort of whittling away work on it. You know what I mean? I don't think there's like a big team on the Pioneer, though. I think the big team is on the Galaxy, on the Kraken, finishing up the Ironclads. Those are where the big team members are at right now, I think. I haven't asked any of my sources that, so I'm not 100% sure. You know, I am taking a bit of a speculative guess here, but that's what I think. That's what I think. Okay. Cindy Center says Odyssey before or after BMM. You know, the Odyssey is an interesting one. We haven't heard really anything about that. It's a ship that I sort of thought was going to be going into pre-production this year. It still could. It's weird though, because the Odyssey it's actually a ship that I think it actually makes more sense for the Odyssey to go into production than the Liberator. At least the Odyssey has industrial touch points on it that I think could tie in to a lot of what we're doing. The weird thing about the Odyssey, though, is it really is that long-range industrial ship, and we just don't have a big need for the long-range industrial ship right now, but it's not to, let's say it couldn't go into production. It definitely could. It definitely could. And then last but not least, the RSI Galaxy. It was nice that they finally talked about that again. As a matter of fact, I'll go to, I want to get the exact wording on that. Where was that exact wording? Bear with me, everybody. Let me pull this over. What was the exact wording? Yeah, the exact wording on the Galaxy was, where was it? It says here, several devs moved back onto the RSI Galaxy after a small hiatus, helping other projects out. Like other ships in pre-production, they went over the original layout and made adjustments both for flow and to make use of the ever-growing asset library, all while keeping true to the role and intent of the ship. This involved adjusting the front half of the lower deck to be less isolated and prevent it from leading to a dead end. Other areas were also adjusted to current metrics using suitable assets from other RSI ships. So this to me is going to be one of those ships that, like the Ironclad, I think it's going to spend a decent amount of time in this kind of white boxish gray box phase. And then suddenly, and it's going to be able to make a lot of distance up in those two phases because of the extensiveness of the RSI kit. And then what's going to happen is as soon as they get close to like IAE next year or later this year, so probably around August or something, we're suddenly going to see the Ironclads go from like gray box to like LOD 0 final art downstream, like really quickly. Sort of what's been happening with the Ironclad. If you remember with the Ironclad, it stayed in white box forever. It was like one of the longest white box phases I've ever seen, but CIG addressed that. They addressed that it was staying in white box because they were using the Drake kit to really figure out the internal flow of the ship. But because of that work, it was able to start making up ground really quickly. And so again, I think that's what's happening with the Galaxy, because normally I would say that, man, they're really cutting it close. They're really cutting it close. You know, normally I would be like, I don't think they can get the Galaxy done in time for IAE, but because again, it's being targeted for IAE, but it looks like that's the case, right? It does look like that's the case. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I think they got a lot of work ahead of them, but if they're taking pieces part and parcel from other RSI ships, they've got a lot to pull from, right? The only tricky part there is the Galaxy is a civilian ship. So I think they're going to be pulling a lot from the Perseus, a lot from the Apollo series. Hermes as well. You know what I mean? The Polaris, I think they can pull some from that, but I do think the Polaris leans a lot more into the RSI military style. Like brutalist style. Not all of you have probably seen the inside of the Bengal. You may have seen clips of it in certain places, but I can say the Bengal has that sort of like oppressive look that the Polaris has. So I think you're gonna see that. So, okay. So yeah, that is kind of the update on the ship pipeline. Nice to see. We did get a, in addition to that, we did get a sneak peek right here of the MISC Hull B. Kind of a weird one. Can't get too much information from it. It's got actuating arms. So there you go. There's Execute in chat. By the way, Execute, we made a lot of money here. We got a $7,500 milestone on the St. Jude. When we hit that, I am going to get you and Algrid to fix my fleet. But what I told everyone was that there's not going to be much you can do because my fleet is pretty perfect. Pretty damn perfect. So I don't know how much you're going to be able to do. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. All right. Here we go. Quinn says, can we fix Execute's fleet? We could. Execute. Maybe we do a reverse fix my fleet where me and Algrid fix your fleet. Because I've never seen the Execute fleet. I've never seen it ever. Maybe we do both. He says. Beg for Mercy says, dang, man, not to mention they probably wrapped up the Javelin. Yeah, the Javelin. I'm starting to think the Javelin now is also later. Starting to think the Javelin. Execute. I just read the message you sent me. That's funny. So again, you're on. Okay, let me switch over here. Stand by. It's a good way to wrap up a stream. It's Execute, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. So yes, I set a $7,500 milestone, and I told everyone that when we hit that, I would
that quick.
Yeah, I would volunteer myself for Fix My Fleet. But again, I've said it. My fleet is perfect.
All right. Well, what I want to talk about and why I'm so annoyed is every time I have these epiphanies, you're fucking streaming. So, look at what happened to the Aurora Mark II. We essentially went from a series of 4 to 5 variants to a modular ship.
Yeah.
Now we have the Connie coming, right? And I'm convinced that there's a rework coming. Now we know that they are already got like variants Mark 1 through to like 5 or 6 or some shit, right? So they don't make variants; they make a single modular Connie.
Right. A single modular Connie. Yeah. They could do that. Should they do that?
I have other information that I can't share because of sources, but I really think I'm onto something.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do we need another Connie? Do you? And that's a subjective question, but what do you think?
I think they're really, they really show their age badly.
Yeah.
Because of where they came out, like, regardless of what you think of it as a ship right now, it's never really landed properly like a spaceship. I think that's my biggest issue with it. The Phoenix, it's meant to be a luxury variant. It doesn't feel luxurious at all. It's kind of boxed in. I think the Andromeda is still the best version of it. It's the only one, in my opinion. That maybe the Aquila are the best two.
Yeah.
Taurus is okay. But if you made that thing go modular, well, then all of a sudden that changes it quite drastically, because you could have different, for example, say the whole back end changes, right? Or a large section of it changes. You can then have it more customized to that variant. It changes it drastically when you think about it. You know, you can have it more customized to that particular variant, just like the Aurora is. And I almost feel like the Mark II Aurora was a test bed to then go do the Connie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I will say
Because
this. I will say, go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick, in lore, back when the Aurora originally came out, and Algrid will tell you this, it was meant to have interchangeable parts with the Aurora. Like, this is way back, right? Obviously, that's not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
But it would be interesting to see that they learn from one from the other. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say that if indeed an Aurora Mark II is coming, or Mark VI, or whatever they're going to call it from a lore perspective, I would say that, you know, and the Galaxy's coming modular. I would say that the RSI, from a manufacturer standpoint, is starting to become, well, they're starting to definitely resemble Origin in terms of like their lineup is really filled out at that point. You know what I mean? I mean, there's roles they can start tapping into, obviously gameplay loops they can start tapping in, but just in terms of a ship scale from starter to on up, they really have like filled out the RSI lineup from that perspective.
Yeah, they're the most polished or most gold passed kit now. And I think being RSI, like the most middle of the road, so to speak, of all of them, that's the best one to do first. But you can see that they're doing it with other kits already. Like you and I have seen it on the Drake kit with the Ironclad.
Yeah.
Similar to the Cutter and the Clipper. Yep. We're seeing it in the Misk lineup. It's going to permeate out to all of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it's just it's really interesting. And again, we're going to, and here, that's not a criticism, everyone. We're going to eventually see that with all the manufacturers. They're all going to get filled out really deeply. I mean, we're going to see that with Misk. We're already kind of getting there with Drake. You're going to see this with a lot of your main manufacturers. We've already got it with Origin. RSI's on its way to.
Did you see the code leak for Starlight? And not Starlight like LIGHT, it's LITE.
You told me a little bit about it, but I didn't know where that came from. Where did that leak come from?
From Danny, whatever.
Oh, interesting.
Through Xeon.
Okay, interesting.
And Xeon does a lot of stuff with what do you call it? Pipeline as well. So, I've talked to him a few times.
What specifically was the leak saying? I mean, I did see a couple leaks. I saw the triple barrel laser cannons for the Meteor and stuff, but I didn't see anything about Starlight.
It's just mentioning a Misk Starlight. We don't have a Misk starter ship.
That's true. Obviously, the Reliant being a starter plus or whatever, advanced starter. Whatever.
Yeah. And if you're going to call it like Star Lancer, Starfarer, you'd call it Starlight LIGHT. Right. You wouldn't call it LITE unless it's physically small, as in light, small.
Yeah.
So I think it's a play on words. I think it's a possible starter from Misk, but that's just my 2 cents. And other people I've talked to, I'm trying to get some stuff from CIG, but particular people are being tight-lipped on this one. I don't think they expected it to get out yet.
Yeah. Well,
but, yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, up on my screen right now, I've got the Hull B image. Again, I think it's a lot of these manufacturers get more and more filled out. I mean, we talked about the variant thing sort of reworks. I mean, I think the main one coming probably is the what was it? What do we call it? The Mustangs. Oh, Dad Bob Bard rated. Dad Bob Bard's still streaming? I didn't know that. Dad Bob Bard is just rated. Dad Bob Bard stayed on as long as I could, brother. Maybe next time. Were we supposed to do something? Let me know. Hope you had a good evening.
It's so bad you don't know if you forgot that you forgot something. I love that.
I don't know. Either way, the Mustang we know is supposed to. I mean, again, I think that's what we're thinking. The reworks are for April.
Yeah, it lines up with later on this month.
Later on this month, they were removed.
Yeah.
They were removed. Let me shout out Dad Bob Bard. Yeah. We know that. How do I get this? Let me grab something here. Ding. Yeah, I think we know that the Mustangs will get their rework again going offline. You get the level up thing coming with the AMD tie-ins. It makes a lot of sense. I think we're thinking those are reworks though. So you're still going to have the variants, or maybe there's a new one that's a Mark II.
Well, I don't think they need them as extensively as like say the Aurora does, because if you kind of think about the beta already has internals. It's more likely just enabling the internals for the other variants.
Yeah.
And whether you physically make them smaller, and what does it allow for each variant. So me and Argid did an episode yesterday on this. We kind of went through every single variant and like, what would you add? And so, you got a racing variant. What do you add? Well, it's got an engineering terminal on the inside. Can you go in and tweak the engines on the fly while you're racing? Shit like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested to see. I mean, I think, I don't think we have a long time to wait on that. That's for Level Up, which is like mid-April. So we'll hear about that, which would put that as a 4.7 patch cycle ship.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It's essentially next week we know we're getting the whole B.
Right. And the UTV, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, maybe. Yeah. So, we're looking around the 9th or 10th for that. And then exactly 2 weeks later, that event goes from the 24th to the 26th. So from the Friday to the Sunday. And that's bang on with where I'd kind of expect it to be dropped.
Yeah. By the way, everyone in chat, if you haven't already, make sure you go give Dadbodbart a follow. We will. Yeah, I did. We'll raid him next time for sure. I guess we missed each other this time. I didn't know you were still streaming, bud. We'll do that next time. We'll do that next time. Everyone go give him a follow though. Yeah, so that for then. And then the other thing too was with here's a question I had as we get close to wrapping up. One thing I had I was curious about get your opinion on was the whole DefenseCon thing now being from essentially May 14th to May 27th. What's your read on that? Do you think we're in for a DefenseCon takeover?
Yeah, well, that's kind of what it feels like, doesn't it? Full 2 weeks of Drake DefenseCon.
But an interesting thing, though, is it says Drake presents, and I'm wondering if we're still going to go to their manufacturers there.
I think they're... Well, because the other thing I think is technically it's called Fleet Week.
Yeah.
And it's now Drake Fortnite. Have they just basically gone, well, fuck your week, I'm going to do a full 2 weeks right across the top?
Yeah. Do you think they could be running them parallel? Do you think Invictus and Drake DefenseCon will just run parallel?
Yeah, because they'll be parallel.
Because I think they want to give the Ironclad enough time to sell.
I almost think, now you correct me if you think I'm wrong, I think the Ironclad comes at the end. I think there's something smaller coming from Drake as well.
I do think we're getting something else Drake. Yeah, I do think so.
Yeah, whether it's, and let's look at some of the things you and I have talked about.
Yeah.
We've talked about a Golem refueler.
Yes.
Called nicknaming it the Yak at the moment.
Yeah. Which would be kind of in line because I think it's been the last couple events we've got a Golem variant, right?
Yep, pretty much. Just before Invictus last year, we got the Golem, and then we got the Golem Ox just before AIE. So yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Just and then the other one is obviously the Clipper's still out in the wild, and that's right for variants as well.
Yeah.
Or something completely new. But I don't know, that could just be me. But the fact that it's 14 days like that, why? Why is it 14?
Yeah.
Why is it so long? Why isn't it just like 2 or 3 days and it's just the Ironclad? See what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Here's another question I'm going to ask you in relation to that. Now, some of you in chat may not be in the tech preview, the Evo tech preview, whatever the hell it is. Obviously, we can't show any pictures from that, I don't believe. But
no, we can't.
That being said, some of us have been in it. And there's a really interesting location from last year that hosted an Idris that this time has Drake signage all throughout it. With this, with DefenseCon being now a number of days, what do you think is the likelihood that the Drake Kraken could be parked there? Now, I have a reason I don't think it will be, but why do you think the Drake Kraken could be shown?
It'd be a nice thing to show off for DefenseCon. This is true.
Yep.
I've also long suspected that they kind of did it a little bit with the Idris and a little bit with the Polaris, where they made the exterior first because then they could use it in game. Yeah. Right. And obviously, the advantage of the Kraken is you could have ships take off from the Kraken and attack you. So it'd be really good things in. Oh, what's that? What's that thing that's coming? They always put stupid names. The combined arms, but
yeah, the tactical fleet ops thing. Yeah,
that thing. Yeah, it'd be kind of a good enemy for that.
Yeah,
you don't really need the internals for that. It'd kind of be cool. And let's be honest, you would agree with me. It's a fairly polished state on the outside, considering you and I are not expecting to see this for at least another 12 months.
Yeah, right? The only caveat to it being in the tactical fleet ops, I would say, is that typically the damage states to ships, even their exterior damage ships, are not, even their exterior damage states aren't done till like closer to the back end of development. That's not to say they don't flip it up. I mean, CIG is doing nothing but surprising us lately, so I don't ever want to say never with CIG on ships anymore. Go ahead.
You'd have to agree, though, that it's fairly forward, though, like art-wise exterior. It's pretty fairly forward.
Yeah,
I was surprised we saw the landing gear in the monthly report. That blew my mind. I was like, why are they doing the landing gear so early?
In my next stream, it's all about just Drake and the Ironclad and Kraken. But one thing I'll say about this, I was talking to Trispone the other day. Actually, we just hadn't talked in a while, and we had a brief conversation. And one of the things I said, I have the image of the landing gears up on my screen right now. This is a very interesting image for them to release, and the reason it's an interesting image is that the four main landing gears you see here in the image. Now, you do see some behind here and on the other side, and that's the rear. But these four landing gears are the ones in sort of the front of the ship, and what we're going to be able to do, and I told this to Trispone, is we're actually going to be able to bring the Kraken model, line it up with these legs, bring in a character model, because there's character models are here, which we know are 1.8 meters tall, and the mule, and that might give us a really close approximation of how big the Kraken is. Did it stick close to that 270 meters? Has it grown? Has it shrunk? Whatever. So is there something really interesting about the landing gears, but also being put next to people in a mule? So again, I'll deep dive that later. But the only reason I think that it's possible that it's not the Kraken at the Idris's location from last year is the bridge that led, when you went out into the point, the bridge that led up to the Idris specifically led up to the airlock door to go in the Idris. Now, I'm fully convinced that the Kraken interior is not anywhere near done. So the only way they could maybe get around that is if the docking bridge more connected to the flight deck of the Kraken, and maybe you can walk around the flight deck and that's it.
Or it's just a door and it doesn't open at all.
Exactly. But
I also want to point out that that tech preview was put onto an older build.
True.
So realistically, everything there could be just completely as it was last year, and it hasn't been updated at all.
It could be.
So, and if you're going to do signs and posters, you'd probably do the same signs and posters and just rename the art so it flips over.
Yeah. Very true.
So it could be all a complete misdirect.
One thing that I thought was really cool, and I took screenshots of this as a walkthrough. Obviously, I don't want to share them. But when you're walking to the Invictus Hall now, not the place, the IO Tower, but when you're going to the Bevic Center, you're walking through that hall, it is filled with Drake imagery now. They got so many Drake images in there, including, many people know I had the big Drake mousepad with the Kraken and all the other Drake ships. They have that image there too, which the Kraken is the star of the show of that. So I thought it was kind of interesting that they had a Kraken image up there. Not to say they haven't done Kraken images in before, but this is a new one, and it seems a little deliberate. We'll see. But it'd make for a hell of a defense con.
We might need to get some people to go in and extract some stuff from the files too, because I'm hearing that there's some giant walls in place and you can't get past the walls.
Interesting. Okay.
So they might have stuff behind them. We need to get certain people to look at for us.
Yeah. Everyone, I've hit time. Execute. I appreciate you, buddy. Everyone, I hope you have a good rest of your night. Obviously, I'm going to send you somewhere here. Let me see. Where am I going to send you? Where am I going to send you? You know what? I'm going to send you to, because he hit me up not long ago. I'll send you over there. I'll send you to Mr. Photog. We'll give him a Star Jump raid. Everyone, I hope you have a great night. I went a little longer than I thought I would tonight, but there's a lot to talk about. I promised you I was going to do the crafting discussion, damn it, and we got to it, so I'm proud of myself. But everyone, pay attention to my schedule. Again, several episodes are already scheduled out, so make sure you pay attention to it. I appreciate you. We raised an incredible amount of money tonight. We went from $3,910 to $6,069. Give yourselves a big 07. I appreciate you. Salute. Everyone have a great Easter. Have a great holiday weekend. Execute. Thanks for joining me for a minute. Appreciate you as well.
Yep.
Everybody.
Welcome.
Again, have a great evening. Sending you over to Mr. Photog. We're going to raid him here, do something kind for a stranger, all that good stuff. I'll see you on the next stream. Again, don't forget this coming Thursday, we're doing our first St. Jude raffle for the Perseus, okay? The RSI Perseus. Everyone, have a great night. Salute to you. All right, there goes Twitch and YouTube.